Okay, you are recording.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is November the 7th, and it's 9:09 a.m., and we're gathered this morning to have our quarterly meeting. And I want to send my warm greetings to all of the council and a hearty welcome to all of our guests that we have today. I'm looking forward to our meeting, and I want to call it to order at this time and ask Vice President Canuho if he would go to the Lord at this time for us.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Let's pray. Father, we come to you, Lord, at this time, God, and we just ask you, Father, for guidance and direction, Father, as we conduct the business of the Pawnee Nation. Father, I just pray for each council member, Father, and I pray for our president, President Echo Hawk, as he oversees this meeting today. Father, that God, we do everything according to your will, Father, and your purpose, Father, for the Pawnee Nation. And so, God, I thank you for everyone, Father, who's going to have a part in this meeting today. We ask that, God, you please just allow us, Father, to have a productive meeting, God, and to be able to accomplish good things, Father, for our nation. And so, Lord, I just pray once again for our Pawnee Nation. I pray that, God, you continue to bring healing to those who are being affected by this COVID virus. Father, that, God, they would be strengthened in their bodies, Father, strengthened in their spirit, Father. And, Lord, that you just continue just to help them through this. I pray for our families that are in mourning, God, and those who have just lost loved ones here recently, God. I lift them up to you, Heavenly Father, and ask that, God, you continue to bring comfort, bring peace and healing to them, God. Your word tells us, Father, blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. And so, God, we know in that promise, God, that they will receive it today. And so, Lord, we just pray, Father, for all of our members, God, today, those who are carrying heavy burdens, those, Father, who are going through difficult times, God. We pray that, God, you meet their need where it's at, Father. And, Lord, we pray for those who are, Father, having a good season in life, God, that you continue to bless them in that, Father, and they be a blessing to others, God, in that way as well. And so, Lord, as we just conduct business today, Father, I again just leave it in your hands. And I ask and pray that all that we do, Father, be according to your will, and you be glorified in this, God, and lifted up. We thank you for Jesus Christ, who is our Lord and Savior, Father. And it's in his name that I ask and pray. Amen.
Well, amen. Thank you, Vice President. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you, sir. Madam Secretary, would you do a roll call for us, please?
You're muted, Pat.
Thank you. Walter Echohawk.
Noah.
Jordan Canuho.
Here.
Patricia McCrae. Here. Carol Chapman.
Here.
Cynthia Butler.
Here.
Donna Hare.
Uh-huh.
Charles Lone Chief.
Here.
Charles Knife Chief.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. We have a quorum with all hands on deck. Our first item up is the approval of the agenda, and I understand that we do have some changes or additions or modifications. Madam Secretary, can you let us know what those are?
It looks like on number 3, approval of resolution 2095, the COVID fund allocation, we are adding BIA restroom updates to bring that total to, was that 71,695?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. That's it, sir.
Excellent. So do we need a motion to approve the agenda as modified?
President Echohawk, since we
Yes.
added that, would we take that one off where it's on down on the agenda? Would it be removed down where it's?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry.
I make the motion to approve the agenda with the added revision to item 3 under new business.
I second.
Go ahead, Donna.
Okay.
Okay, that was
Thank you.
Donna, right? Thank you.
Excellent. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Somebody's frozen, I think.
She's frozen.
Uh-huh.
Carol Chapman.
Yes.
I think she's muted, maybe. Okay.
My-
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Aho, yes.
Charles Lonchi,
Yes.
Charles.
I'm here. Did you hear my yes?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Betsy, you froze up. Did you say my name? You're freezing
Yes,
up.
I did. Charles Lonchi.
Yes.
Oh, I
You're freezing up on the
have
screen.
bad connection. Oh, okay. I'm gonna take my. Can you hear me now, or am I coming through? That's okay there.
We'll talk again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, maybe I'll change positions here.
All right. I take it that the agenda has been approved. And so with that, we turn now to the approval of the minutes. And we have 2 minutes here, the first being October 13 and the second being October 29. And let's do October 13 first. Are there any comments on those minutes? They are in the Teams, I believe, here in our Teams files. Yes. Okay. So any discussion on those minutes? Do we have a motion to approve, please?
I will make the motion to approve the minutes of October 13th, 2020, special meeting.
I'll second those.
Thank you, Carol. And we do have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Patricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lonchi.
Yes.
Charles Knifechief.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next is the minutes for the October 29 meeting. And again, are there any initial comments on that? Corrections, revisions? Hearing none. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion that we approve the special minutes of the October 29th, 2020 meeting.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion? Only hearing a dog bark.
Yeah.
I will let's call for the vote, please, Secretary.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Patricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lonchi,
Yes.
Charles Knifechief.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Next item on the agenda is the president report, and I had not had the opportunity to do a written report. I apologize to that on that council. I do have a short oral report. Basically, we're looking at the period from August 1 to November 1, a 3-month period. And I just want to say that I think all of our hearts go out to the mourners that we have. We've experienced some deaths, including some COVID-related deaths during this period, and sickness as well. And I think it's certainly my prayer, and I'm sure, as was mentioned this morning by Vice President, our prayers go out to all of those who are sick as well during this period into the present day as well. But during this period, I think was marked by a very busy period. I want to commend our staff during this 3-month period. We were cranking on all cylinders. The teamwork and the dedication of the staff at all levels within the government, I extend my appreciation to the staff. In August, during this very busy time, just mention a few highlights from at least my seat as president. We saw the Pawnee Public School opening during that time. It was opened in a safe manner after a lot of work on a lot of people's behalf. We were engrossed during that month with COVID spending decisions and a lot of related work by all levels of the government, and centering on the work of our budget committee and the finance staff. We were able to work the council as a team, and from my perspective, in making those decisions in close consultation with our staff and our consultants. And that work went on into September, all the way down, I think, to today. And I think in this resolution 2095 may bring us finally to the end of our COVID spending decisions today. In September, the new council, with a fully constituted new council, we did some training in September. We went through the budget call, which is still parts of that still ongoing now, I believe. Seen again a lot of work through our budget committee. We began a lot of our planning initiatives under the leadership of Vice President Caduho, working with the IT master plan, communications master plan, cultural resource division plan, and also the strategic plan for the Pawnee Nation. This is all underway and in progress. We saw also in September the advent of this assault on our sovereignty by this EPA decision that allowed Oklahoma to begin exercising environmental regulatory jurisdiction throughout the state and into Indian country. And this was done pursuant to a nefarious midnight rider where Senator Inhofe attached this one paragraph rider to an 800-page transportation bill. And the EPA said that this was the plenary power of Congress over Indians, and it had the effect of abrogating every treaty in Oklahoma of all of the 39 tribes that might have stood in the way of this as well. So it just shows us how vulnerable our fundamental rights really are under the existing legal framework. We're still working on that. We have an attorney's team assembled, and they've been participating with the other tribes, examining our options and what actions need to be taken. And that is an ongoing process here that conceivably could lead to some litigation. And we will be reporting further on that as we go forward into this next quarter. And then in October was basically our committee work was the order of the day, at least from my seat, reviewing with the other council members here, our committees, reorganizing them, working together to make appointments to these various committees. And very glad to report that these committees have all been now approved, appointments made. We're going to make 3 additional appointments today, I hope, to complete that process. But our committees are up and running, and that's very exciting. We went through another emergency in October, this ice storm emergency, which today we will formally declare that to be an emergency, as I understand it, and in which our Turk team sprang into action to call in the Red Cross. I think over 400 meals were served over a 2-day period. Shelter was provided to our tribal members in need, and I want to commend our council members who were directly involved in that and also serving the meals, Cynthia and Jordan, Patsy, servicing the people. You humbled yourself, to do that, and all of the volunteers that we had, not only staff, but community volunteers, Muriel, everyone, it was very, very uplifting to me personally to see us respond in teamwork fashion to this emergency that shut off electricity during a frigid period, or 2-day period. And so right in the smack dab middle of a deadly and rising pandemic. So I thank everyone for that. And as I mentioned earlier, in October, we continued to work with the budget committee, financial staff, and continuing making these COVID spending decisions and beginning to implement those decisions. I understand all of those decisions that were made will be comprehensively reported on to our tribal membership early next week. And that was a long road to hoe. And I'm again very appreciative of the teamwork that enabled our government to march through this COVID period, and identifying our priorities and putting funds there and programs and activities in place to address this COVID to the best of our ability. We also had a internal summit during October, or this last period here with our all of our health and social services and community services staff and program from the Tiffany's division, the Housing Authority, throughout the government, to try to take stock of where we are in providing services to our members, to try to identify any gaps in our system for providing these vital services to our members. And we had a one-day summit on that subject, and it was very illuminating. I think we have, by and large, we've got a pretty good system in place, but you can always tweak it. And so Tiffany is in the process of providing a white paper with recommendations to our council to improve and upgrade our system a little bit, make the tweaks that we need to do to improve our ability to meet the social welfare assistance system that we do have in place. So I'm looking forward in this next quarter to bringing those recommendations forward to this council for action so that we can try to have the best possible delivery system as we can for our tribal members. And so I think that as this period closes, this 3-month period closes, I see that we're kind of shifting gears now a bit. I foresee in the coming quarter, the next coming the 3 months here, that we will have to begin focusing on our budget for 2021. I think that especially in our tribal budget, we're going to have to do some belt tightening. It'll be a trying period, and all hands will have to be on deck, and we'll have to address our budget ramifications in unity, throughout the government to navigate what will be a trying budgetary period in 2021. I hope to be more active during the upcoming quarter on intergovernmental affairs of the Pawnee Nation. We have established a committee on that area. I hope to be active in fundraising in the next quarter for the Pawnee Nation. We have created a fundraising advisory committee to help us fundraise in the world of philanthropy and private donors from, and I hope to put into place, with your help, a fundraising infrastructure for the Pawnee Nation, probably to create a 501c3 nonprofit to be established under tribal law. That can go out and fundraise and become a philanthropy organization here, and possibly a Section 78, 71 organization as well within the tribal government, which is also similar kind of an infrastructure as well. I hope to foresee a really good liftoff of our committee work in the next quarter with a very proactive agenda of strengthening our government and identifying programs to meet the needs of our members and continual self-evaluation and self-improvement of our government and our capacity to serve our members. And then I also envision in this next quarter a few more joint meetings in the name of unity between the Pawnee Business Council, possibly the Tribal Development Corporation Board, joint meetings as we go forward, arm in arm to meet the challenges of 2021. Same way with the city council of Pawnee as we continue to try to navigate this pandemic. I hope to see a uniform set of public health measures throughout the community so that we don't have any weak links in our fight against the spread of infection. And then finally, in the upcoming quarter, I hope to turn attention internally to examining our boards and our commissions to begin filling vacancies as they come to the fore in a timely fashion so that our boards and our commissions can continue their important work for the nation so that we can do our part to help them continue that work by making the best possible appointments that we can. And I hope that we'll be able to utilize not only our best judgment in that, but also to look to our human resource bank that was recently created and it's still being created to rely on our tribal members throughout the nation who have volunteered to come to the aid of their nation to provide their expertise to our boards and our commissions, and not simply accept, this council should not simply accept any Joe Blow that just walks off the street and applies for these. But I think we want to be a little bit proactive here because all of these commissions, all of these boards perform very vital work in specialized areas. And we want to get the best and the finest that we can recruit to put into these positions. So that completes my report. It's more lengthy than I had envisioned, but I just wanted to provide that kind of my general perspective on the last quarter and what I think is will be coming up in the next quarter. Thank you. If there's any questions, please feel welcome to ask, but that concludes my report. The next item, hearing none, and I was opening for questions. I'm hoping they're easy questions this morning. I haven't had all of my coffee yet. But the next item on the agenda is the Pawnee Business Council committee reports, and so I just I'm going to excuse myself from that, except to say on the fundraising advisory committee, that's the only committee that I chair. We do have our first maiden meeting scheduled, or trying to get it scheduled for later this month, in November. We already have our first donor that has come to our doors, a lady that lives in, originally from Nebraska, that lives in Georgia. And she is going to leave a bequest in her will that will be at a minimum of $25,000 up to $250,000, depending on, I think, how long she lives and other factors. And then she also wanted to write us a check here at the end of the month. And so I've been doing research on this fundraising infrastructure, and I want to put that first on the agenda of this fundraising advisory committee to get their feedback about how we can, what kind of an infrastructure we can need to go out and raise money, and how can we, what kind of infrastructure do we need to do that? And so I hope whatever that's going to be will be put into place by the end of this upcoming quarter. So that concludes my report on that committee. And so I don't know how, Cynthia, how we could proceed, Cynthia, Donna, folks, about these other committee reports. Should we just go by council person by council person? Because we're trying to have council people to chair these other committees. And so I think if I could just start with Cynthia, if I may, and we'll just go down the list. Does that sound like a way to proceed here?
Yes.
Okay. And I should note, folks, that we do have in our packets, we have a very thick document here. See how thick that is? It's a report on our Pawnee Nation committee, commission, and board reports, and so with that, I want to turn the floor over, if I may, to Cynthia, please.
Thank you. Noah, everybody. Um, the committees that I have been appointed to, I attended 2 HR committees so far. I'm the co-chair of that committee. I'm the chair of the Governing Documents Committee, and we had a meeting on October 26th. We're going to be working on several documents. The Attorney General document that he had sent us so we could separate law and resolution. We'll be working on a system to do that. So that'll be coming up before the end of the year is what my projected timeline on that. We're going to be working on the Election Act revisions that were submitted from the Election Commission and the Attorney General. So we'll be looking at that. We actually have a meeting tomorrow evening, or not tomorrow evening, Monday evening, to start looking at the process of those revisions. We're also looking at the Pawnee Nation Constitution and looking at Article 7, forfeiture, recall, and removal. So we will be looking at making some revisions to that section. Had some discussions with Miss Levin from the BIA, and we'll have to do some groundwork on getting a secretarial election that will coincide with the next general election. So we're trying to get provisions for that. I think Muriel may have went to the budget committee yesterday and requested some funding. And so we'll be moving forward on that. We'll be having a bunch of meetings and stuff and having some virtual meetings and then bring our presentation to council after we get that community input. I'm also the chairperson of the Princess Committee, and we have been working on fundraising ourselves. And we have a raffle right now. We have a meat package raffle that you probably saw it on Facebook. We've been posting it everywhere, and we are now able to take payment via credit card or debit card. So that's really exciting because we'll be able to reach other people that don't live in this community. We've already had a couple of purchases. So we're also working on, in Princess Committee, we're working on a couple of programs. We're working on a document that outlines the selection process or the appointment process of the Pawnee Nation Princess. We're going to try to get that done by the end of the year because our process starts beginning in next year. Due to the COVID and stuff, where we have to make some other provisions, but that's a continuing document that we're working on. Also, maybe having like a Princess Scholarship, maybe a Princess Sorority. There's a bunch of aspects that we want to kind of put in there. A mentoring program is basically where we want to go with this committee, so that we're mentoring young princesses to fill this role. There wasn't a lot of applicants who wanted to step up and take the responsibility of Pawnee Nation Princess. So they had to go and they had to select one, and they went through a process to get that person selected for this past year, even with all the COVID restrictions and everything. And I think we've had a really good representative in Miss Haley Teeter Johnson. She's been doing a lot of the representation. She was at the inaugurations. She did the Lord's Prayer. She's a wonderful young lady. She's involved in a lot of things at school as well. But we're also approved for her to have her social media. So you'll be seeing pretty soon, she'll be on Facebook, she'll be on Snapchat, and she'll be on Instagram. So she has her aunt takes a lot of pictures. And so we wanted to be able to have a central location for her to just kind of put out there, hey, this is what I'm doing to the Pawnee people. So like I said, she's really good representation. This month, she's working on videos for Native American Heritage Month. I know you guys have probably already seen the first one. I think I tagged everybody in on Facebook. But she'll be doing one every week, and she'll focus on a specific subject. She'll be doing one for Veterans Week. She'll be doing one for Thanksgiving. And we're really excited to work with her. She's an awesome little young lady, and I appreciate being able to work with her. And we have a couple of more meetings scheduled for this month. So that's what I've been working on.
Thank you. That's sounds like you're, no wonder I hardly get to see you. You're so busy. Yes, I'm very thrilled about our princess, and let's really promote her, make her a star, because she's such a fine role model. And in this day and age, we want to really acknowledge our role models and promote them, and I like the idea of the use of the online way of doing it during the COVID, and we'll best to make her a star. Thank you. Who wants to go next, folks?
I will, President Echohawk.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, and Carol, the floor is yours, Madam Treasurer.
Okay. I am chair of two committees, the Finance Committee and the Education Committee. And first of all, on the Education Committee, I've been working on the draft for our mission vision statement, and I hope to call a meeting before Thanksgiving of all the people that have been placed on the Education Committee. There are quite a lot of outstanding people that have been selected. We have a lot of highly educated Pawnee people that have been very successful, and I would like to commend the president for working so hard on this new committee project, because I feel that it will help us go much farther and do bigger things for our people And on the Education Committee that has been created, it is going to involve all things education, all programs education that we have as a tribe. And I like to refer to it as a pipeline. And, you know, that you start with your youth and your babies and kindergarten, school, high school, middle school, college, professional school. There's just a pipeline where, you know, it's real successful if you combine them all and all work toward the same goal. And that is what our vision will be, and our goal is to try to educate as many Pawnee people as we can. And I think what the president said about role models, they're like, you know, this is kind of bragging on the Pawnees, but I think the Pawnees have some of the most highly educated, outstanding, nationally well-known Pawnees. And I am especially impressed with our committee that the president created on the doctors. We, as a tribe, have a lot of medical doctors. And I think that it's just wonderful that we have these role models, that these committees can all interconnect and work together for the betterment of our people. So that's where we are on the Education Committee. Like I said, it will include all programs now. The committee will advise and coordinate with all committees going up to and including the Pawnee Nation College, starting with the daycare center. So then on the Finance Committee, okay, that is, it has dominated everything, as the president said. It has been the committee, I think, that has met the most. We as a committee have met countless times, spent hours and hours and hours working on trying to get the COVID funds designated and assigned and processed. And I would like to thank the staff, the financial staff who have worked, the planning staff, all the employees that have worked so hard. It has been an extra burden on top of their regular jobs, and they have all done a fantastic job, been so helpful. And of course, the council has worked so hard and worked as a team to push the process along in a good way. And so we are currently still meeting. As the president said, we are kind of at the end of that now. We're getting toward the end. And as he mentioned, we hope to have information posted on the Pawnee Nation website on that as we have gotten closer to the final end product. And then also the Chodix paper is getting ready to come out, and there will be a complete quarterly report to the Pawnee on all of our spending by me as the treasurer, and that will be included in the Chodix version, which is coming out here quickly. So that's what I have on my two committees, President.
Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, Madam Treasurer. I just want to underscore that the budget or the budget committee has really truly been a workhorse, a real workhorse, and I am so happy and grateful to see that take place, and seeing things go so smoothly. There's not always agreement, but that's okay. It's good to have our debates as we go forward, and that's okay. And also then I just wanted to add on the education committee. Education is so important to the future of our people. There's nothing I can think that is more important to our future than the culturally appropriate education of our Pawnee people. And so that is a great and very grave responsibility that has been placed into your hands, all things education in that capacity. So I wish you the best on that work, and I thank you for your report. All right, who wants to go next, folks?
President Echo, I can go next. This is Jordan.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. So I chair a few committees. One of the committees that I chair is the planning committee, and we actually was able to meet this past month on, I believe it was October 26th is when we were able to meet. And so within our committee, we have, I believe, 6 members that are there, and we the way our committee is set up for the planning committee, it's actually interesting because it was previously known as the proposal review committee, and we restructured that committee to be the planning committee so that there's foresight in what we're doing as far as a nation, as far as for our people, and what we're doing as far as planning is concerned. And so we'll read you just a quick overview of what the committee is entailed. This committee revamps the existing proposal review committee by adding strategic planning to its duties. It makes sense that proposals are aligned with the strategic plans of the Pawnee Nation. The mission statement is 1, continue the functions of the current proposal review committee. 2, in clearinghouse capacity review and comment on strategic plans and planning processes of the Pawnee Nation and its subdivisions to ensure that an efficient, coordinated, and comprehensive approach to planning is undertaken to achieve the goals of the Pawnee Nation. And 3, render advice, assistance, and feedback to the Pawnee Nation Planning Division on strategic planning. This committee will be staffed by our planning committee, which is under the direction of Brian Kirk. And so, we met, again, like I said, on October 26th. And I'm really glad how our members in the committee are. We work well together. But the thought of our committee members was good as far as who sits on our committee, because each one has a very unique background on what they bring to the table. And we have backgrounds, for example, from the TDC, which Jeff Goodfox sits in our planning committee for that. And so he has that background from the Pawnee Nation College. Les Ridingen, he sits on there. He's the board chair for the Pawnee Nation College. We have Adrian Spotted Horse Chief, who's representative of the CRD. So there's cultural aspect, there's our college aspect, there's our TDC aspect of it for economic development. But we also have Kelton Kersey, who's more of the natural resources and that aspect of it. So there's a lot of it in there. IT also is in there as well. So it gives us a very good, diverse understanding of planning as we go forward with what we're trying to do in our nation. And so one of the things that we discussed in our meeting on the 26th was the IHS negotiation proposal is what we discussed in that meeting. And so if you recall, on our previous council meeting that we had, we actually approved the resolution for that proposal in our previous council meeting, and that proposal went through. And basically, what this is a first step, is the way I look at it, and how I've described it, is the first step in self-governance and what we're able to do. And so that proposal was sent to IHS, and that is in review as of right now. And so that was one of the items that we discussed in our meeting, and we discussed that we're going to meet at least monthly. And if there's any meetings that are needed in between that, we will definitely come together and meet on those items, as well as particular topics come up as far as planning is concerned for our nation. And so those are the items that we discussed in the planning committee meeting, and had a good meeting with that. The other committees that I sit on is the communications and the IT committee. And we have not set a date yet to meet. I'm still getting basically agenda items together, and once I get that together, we can go ahead and put a meeting together. So I look forward to having that here pretty soon, within the coming month at least, so we can get some stuff going on that. And the goal for the IT and communications committee that I'm looking forward to is, again, strategic planning on what President Echohawk has been calling a master plan for our overall structure of the Pawnee Nation, but also to how we communicate to our tribe as well. That's one of the things that I've learned within the tribe, working there over the past couple months, but also too, just talking with members, as communication is vital to getting information out. So that's something we're going to be looking at in that committee. And then the last thing is, well, actually, the other committee that I chair is the agricultural committee, and I'm working alongside with Electa here Redcorn to get a meeting set up, and we're looking forward to getting a meeting. Our first meeting started here within the next week or two, so we are looking forward to that as well. I do sit on the cultural committee, and there hasn't been a meeting set for that yet. I look forward to looking at what we're going to do as far as our culture is concerned. So that's the reports that I have up to date.
Thank you, Vice President. I just wanted to stress that your leadership of the planning committee, well, all of these are really key importance to our nation. And this, the planning committee, or our planners, or strategic planners, you guys are like our navigators to navigate our nation into the future, just like the Pawnee Scouts, guided our military campaigns, to success as well in years past, and I just feel like our future is in good hands in your leadership there. We don't know where we're going or until we have a plan. We don't know if we're winning or losing until we have our strategic plan. And so it's very important. And so literally our future rests in your good and capable hands. And so I thank you for your report, and I certainly look forward to working with you and all of these committees as we go forward here.
Yeah, thank you.
Who would like to go next?
I will go ahead and go, President.
Thank you, Donna.
Okay. So it's been an exciting time in seeing the development and being a part of the development of these committees and commissions, and looking at them and revamping them, because this is where we're going to get the bulk of our work done in our committees, and that we can really, utilize our council time, to govern, and when we need more research done, we can send it back to committee. And so I'm really looking forward to the committees that working with all the committees and see them develop. And I have spent time with President Echohawk and Cynthia during this time, and Muriel on developing the different committees. So, and I hope I haven't, really left anybody off from that, and I apologize if I do. So anyway, I'm on 4 committees, and I continue to serve on the enrollment committee, which I'm honored to serve on it. I started out in enrollment in 1989 with Pawnee Nation, and I have served even after I left, a senior management position and executive director position, where I served as ex officio. I was appointed to the committee as counsel, and I've been in that role. And so that's always it's very important. And I don't have to tell you that it's without enrollment we don't exist. And so and I'm honored to work on there with a number of our elders. And so but that has been challenging for us with our meetings because of the COVID and and not being able to meet on Teams. But I'm not going to go into this because I don't chair this committee. I don't chair this committee. So I will go ahead and go on to communications and IT, which I do not chair either, but I'm excited to serve on it with Jordan. And he has been a breath of fresh air. He brings in this level of enthusiasm like Cynthia does, like our new leader, our young leaders, this generation of leaders. They bring in this level of enthusiasm that pushes us to act faster and to do better, and with his engineering background and architect background, to look at things more closely. So anyway, I look forward to working on that committee because I know that communications is really important, and we do a lot of great work here, but we don't always communicate it very well. And so so I'm looking forward to that. There's two committees I'm going to chair. And the first one I'm really excited about. It's the intergovernmental committee. And so I've had a little exposure with that years back with NARF, when they went into Native American Rights Fund. And it's exciting that John Echohawk is on that committee because of his, intergovernmental knowledge and capabilities, expertise, and also his knowledge of Indian law. So, and the others that are on that committee, I mean, there's a number on there, but, he just kind of stands out from, his being executive director of NARF for so long and representing Pawnee Nation, so well. So we'll be getting together, with that committee. We haven't kicked it off yet. And so I'll be working with President Echohawk on kicking this off because this is one of his special interests, and areas of expertise. And so we'll be working with the feds, with federal government, with the state, with local, which is already going on pretty well. President Echohawk is establishing that local working relationship. And so with this COVID, issue now. So anyway, it's laying some good groundwork, showing the community that we care and that we want to, make a positive contribution in leading the community because, we are the economic engine here. So anyway, the last one that I will report on is what used to be really called the Property Committee and the Land Use Committee. Those are two separate committees that are being combined, merged into one. And it's really gravitating more towards the use of the land use, land use and resource use, so that we just really plan out, what we're going to do with our lands here in Oklahoma, in Nebraska, and Kansas. So we are we were getting the concept paper together on that between President Eckelhop, Executive Director Hal Ribideau, and whose maiden name, and Councilman Butler. So we've been working on that and getting that format of that committee, kind of getting that together. So that'll be moving forward, and I could go on all day, but I won't. So thank you for this time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I just have to say, I just thoroughly enjoy working with Donna, and I appreciate your wisdom, your deep knowledge of our people and our government, and I appreciate your stepping forward to help us as the chair of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. You know, we have a part of our tribal sovereignty. There's really two sides to it. One is our internal sovereignty of self-government, and then there is our external relations, the external attributes of our sovereignty, which deals with our relationship with the U.S. government, our relationship with the state of Oklahoma, our local communities, as well as our other Indian nations, you know. And so that's a very important attribute of the sovereignty of the Pawnee Nation, is how we comport ourselves. Sometimes it's very vital to our well-being, you know, that we navigate the larger world in an intelligent and effective way, you know, and so that's important. And of course, your leadership as well on the Land and Property Committee is also important, because this deals with all of our assets. Everything that the Pawnee Nation owns is by way of assets in our material world, whether it be the chairs that we're sitting on, the buildings that we're in, the land that we own, natural resources, all things, property and land is in your good keepings as our head steward to provide good stewardship over the things that the nation owns. And I think that that is also a huge responsibility, to be our good steward. But I know it's in good hands. So I thank you for that. Excuse me. So who would like to go next on our reports here as we move forward?
I'll go next, President Eckelhawk.
Okay.
Good morning, all. As Cynthia reported on governing docs, we met on 10/26 and looking into the Election Act. She gave a good overview of that. So I know you all have that information. I look forward to being on this committee and seeing where it's going to take us. Next, I do chair the Enrollment Committee, and we met on 10/19, and it has, as Donna said, been a challenge to try to get together to meet, because we want to take the precautions to protect our elders. We have a great team on here, and as Donna said again, enrollment starts, you know, that is what our tribe is. It begins with enrollment. We have very, very knowledgeable Joanne Roberts, Ann Collins, Dwayne Pratt. I have learned so much, and from Donna, it's been such a privilege. We had, prior to COVID, we have been working on the election statutes, and we are planning to get another meeting together and finish up on those to get back to council. And next, I'm waiting to be on the Ag Committee. And as Jordan said, they're looking to meet next week. And at that time, that's all I have, sir.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary. And I appreciate your work as well on the committees. And it's real interesting, this enrollment committee, as both you and Donna have said, is really the basis for our entire government is our enrollment, because at the end of the day, it all goes back to the people, and it also seems to me that it's very interesting to me, the pipeline that exists between the enrollment committee and the Nasharo Council, our Chiefs Council. That is, that under our Constitution, I believe that the Chiefs have a lot to do with our membership.
Yes.
And I know that, I've sat in on some of the meetings of the Chiefs Council where they very solemnly went through the membership recommendations of the enrollment committee to make their approvals, which then comes back, I think, to the business council for final approvals, of our members. And there can be no greater blessing to our government and this council than to approve the new members of our nation, because that's truly the lifeblood of our nation, And I know when I was general counsel to the Comanche Nation, Chairman Coffey at that time, he and I'm going to do the same thing when I get this opportunity. But he was so happy with great pomp and circumstance and ceremony, to read off each and every name of the new members that are brought into the membership of the Comanche Nation. And so I'm looking forward to my opportunity to do the same thing, and I want to be sure that when we have our membership, as I say, it's our lifeblood. And we want to make sure that all of that goes good in accordance with tribal law. And I'm eagerly awaiting the day where we can make the final approvals, I guess, under that process, to bring in our new membership. So I hope that we can also be thinking about a joint meeting down the road with our Chiefs Council. I want to be sure that our chiefs are in good stead, that whatever their needs are can be met as our traditional leaders, and that we look to them as a co-equal branch, of government here, to work closely with them in unity with our chiefs. That's what makes our nation unique, in that our Constitution has reserved a place for our chiefs in our modern day government. And so I don't ever want to overlook them. Their budgetary needs, their office space needs, whatever they need, we need to support that, to support our chiefs, because they represent the traditional side of our government. Our chiefs are the ones who led us throughout time immemorial. They led us on our buffalo hunts. They led us in times of peace, in times of war, in times of starvation, in times of pandemics in the past, and brought us to the present day. So I'm glad that we remembered our chiefs, and we need to exalt them, support them as chiefs. And so, it's interesting to me that they're so closely connected with the lifeblood of our tribe, and that's this enrollment committee here. So with that, I thank you, Secretary McCray.
Jamie.
Chief?
Alcohol.
Oh, okay. Mr. Loan Chief.
Yes, sir. Good morning, council. I'd like to just be brief, concise, and to the point. That was something that my speech teacher at the University of Tulsa always drilled into us, and I hope I can cover enough that will suffice. Back in August, Mr. Angsley resigned as HR manager, and Councilwoman Hare took over as kind of an acting committee chair at that time, and Roberta Adonko served as acting HR manager. And in late October, we hired a new HR manager, Shelby Harder, and I'll try to blend the two committee meetings that we had September 23rd, 2020 and November 4th, 2020. And basically what was discussed was just a review of the HR policies and procedures. And it was a good discussion between the committee members. They covered what would be allowed and what would not be allowed on the different policies. And the three categories that were discussed were the overtime policy, the comp time policy, and salary policy. And we tried to tie all the loose ends together. And in our last meeting, those three items were tabled till the next meeting. So we're hopeful we can get things hammered out there and get solid policies in place. So I believe that Ms. Harder has put into place more or less a rough draft, and there's supposed to be a red line done on that. So I'll just leave it at that point. There's nothing that's going to be really covered until the next meeting, President Acosta and I. That's briefly my report.
Thank you, Mr. Loan Chief, and I appreciate your leadership on the HR. As I learn more about our government and the way it works, you know, we depend on our employees.
Absolutely.
And the HR committee is central to a smoothly operating government composed of, at the end of the day, it's composed of our employees, you know, and so this is so important to the fabric of our government. And so I wish you the best on your work with the committee, and I look forward to these improvements. We need to continually monitor and improve, you know, on all aspects of our government, and that includes the HR policies and procedures that you're working with. And I know we're in good hands because you are our respected elder. You've got possibly more experience with our government than all of the rest of us put together here over the years, as far as the business council is concerned. So you are an asset, and I'm glad that that you're providing your wisdom, you know, to the work of this HR committee.
Well, I'd like to commend the council women, Donna Hare and Cynthia Butler. Cynthia has been an asset. She's co-chair of that committee. And I've been having issues with my cell phone. I get on the virtual meetings, and I just really have had a headache with that, you know, trying to be on the virtual with that. lost contact with the meetings and run out of time. The battery's gone dead and so forth. But Chairperson, Chairwoman Butler, she took over the last meeting, and she did an excellent job. And I would like to hear any comments that she might have. My primary interest as chairperson is to lift the morale of our employees. I mean, that's where the rubber meets the road. We have to depend on them for so much. And when I was interim president, all the directors and employees did a magnificent job. In our Turk committee, I can't say enough about them. So I'll just close on that note and thank everyone. It's a privilege serving the Pawnee Nation and serving with the council that we presently have. You do an amazing job, and I really appreciate everything that all of you do. So I'll close on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you know what? I think for Christmas, I want to send you a battery for your flip phone. I think you're still using a flip phone, and
I just tried to get a laptop.
I thought I was the last person on the planet to use a flip phone. But I'm so glad I finally got an actual iPhone or whatever. But I think Buddy's still using a flip phone. But anyway, I hope you
Smarter than I am.
Did you have anything that Cynthia that you wanted to add? Is that what you suggested, Buddy?
Yes, if she, I'll just leave it up to her if she wants to make a comment.
Cynthia,
I don't have much to comment, but I would like to see this committee be more of a leadership role for the employees. They are all employees that are on there, and try to encourage them to do a little bit more than just policy revision. And that's what I would like to see. But it's up to the chairperson to push them and to do that. And I'm there to support Buddy. And it was a really good meeting, this last one, because we had lots of really good discussion on policy revision. So that's all I have to add.
okay, well, thank you for that. And I appreciate your service on that HR too. And I would just like to say before we move on here, I would like to, and I'm still trying to wrap my mind around this, but I would like to see, and of course, Councilman Lone Chief has said that the main thing here, one of the things here is to boost the morale of our hardworking and dedicated employees. And I had it in my mind when I came on board, and I still have it in my mind, the need to have some kind of a leadership, mentorship, incentive program for our employees to where they could receive the mentorship and the incentive to be groomed as leaders for our next generation, and to receive the mentorship, whatever their fields of study may be, if they to be encouraged to go forward in their careers, whether it be to go to college or whatever, that we can nurture this leadership in this next generation, so we can have folks like our vice president and Councilwoman Butler, as the leaders of our next generation. We have many talented, devoted people who care deeply about our nation that work for the tribe. And we want to find some kind of a program, an incentive program, that we can bring them up through the ranks and nurture them and reward them as leaders of the next generation. If your committee could come up with a program that could be done possibly in consultation with the Pawnee Nation College. I think that would be really good, something that we could do there. With that, I think I'd like to move on now, and I believe that the last but not the least is Dr. Knife Chief, and I've reserved him for the very last because he is the best looking councilman on our entire council. Of all of our best looking gentlemen that we have here on the council, he is the most handsome and of all of us put together, so he may be the last, but he's the most handsome among us. So Dr. Knife Chief,
Yeah, you left me speechless. Can't say anything now. Well, I am the chairman of one of the newest committees. In fact, the letters were only sent out about 2 weeks ago to all those accepting a position in the medical advisory committee. We have a great committee. It ranges from LPNs, RNs, physicians, psychiatrists, IHS, and Bruce Pratt. And I don't know if y'all remember, Bruce Pratt had a keen interest in health, and he was on a lot of federal and national committees regarding health, and actually played a big part in getting more funds to our service area. So I'm thankful that we have such a high level of expertise that will have been willing to accept this position. We have the COVID virus going on right now, but who knows what's coming around the bend? And it may not be illnesses; it may be other things that can involve the mental and the physical welfare of our members. We we expect to have a meeting shortly, but as I was saying, everybody has been notified, and their willingness to participate has been well appreciated. So we'll be moving along with this down the line, and I can also tell you that I know the people on this committee, and there are going to be a wide range of opinions on what is going on and what to do and what's the best way to work our way through these things. But we'll be able to work it out together and come up with a consensus on any recommendations that come up. It's always nice to have a little bit of difference of opinions, and it's always nice to have people that can work these things out and come up with a consensus. So thank you, President.
yes, and thank you, Dr. Knife Chief. I just appreciate your leadership on this wonderful blue ribbon committee that we have, composed of Pawnee medical professionals, and certainly the work of this advisory committee during this pandemic is vital to the well-being and the health and safety of our nation, and it was so gratifying to me that each, not only you, Dr. Knife Chief, but each and every member of this medical committee, all of you all being so very busy in your day-to-day work, no one hesitated to come to the aid of their nation. And they were all very quickly said, yes, I will volunteer to serve on this committee, and it was so gratifying to me to see that. I just think that there can be no more important work than the safety of our people, to be safe as possible from the risk of infection during this pandemic that is growing and growing and growing each day now. It's just getting flat scary out there in the larger world, across our nation, 100,000 people a day, or more than 100,000 people a day. It's very frightening, and so you guys are on the cutting edge, of that for our Pawnee people, And for that, I'm ever so grateful to this medical advisory committee. And our valiant Turk staff, who have been all guarding the watchtower, so to speak, throughout this pandemic. We've now brought in our best and finest to render professional medical advice to our watchtower here. And I know, as you mentioned, there are other issues that we could look to on this Blue Ribbon Committee as we begin looking at the IHS initiative, as we look to possibly a behavior health facility that could be done here on a for-profit basis. So I'm so glad that this is coming online under your professional leadership, and I'm very excited about it. So I thank you for that, and I thank you for your report, sir. I think that brings us to the end of our committee summaries, and I think it has been so self-apparent from everyone's report that our committees is one of the big pillars of our government, that the big bulk of our work as we drill down into these areas are done by our committees. And I think there's a lot of tribes in the same situation that are organized on a committee system. And so whenever I get a tough question in your areas from a tribal member, as I'm going to refer them to you chairpersons, I said, because you guys are going to be the experts in those areas, and I just feel so good about it. And I know we've spent a lot of time on this our committee system, but I think it'll pay off. I think it'll pay off in spades, as we go forward. So with that, I want to turn to our next item on our agenda, and that is the Pawnee Nation College report. And I thought I saw President Burgess here earlier. Is he on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
There he is.
The Democratic Party has been
Hello?
Yes, okay. I see President Burgess, and I welcome you, President Burgess. Everyone knows and appreciates you as our gallant president of the Pawnee Nation College, and I'm so glad that you took time out of your weekend, to be with us. So the floor is yours, sir.
Well, I did send in a quarterly report, and thank you very much for hosting this. It's good to catch up with you all. I know that we don't get to make the monthly meetings as we normally did. We are moving forward. I think in my report, I've mentioned to all of you that Pawnee Nation College has taken on a new partnership. We are now accredited with Nebraska Indian Community College, NICC. NICC is a member of AHEC, American Indian Higher Education Consortium, which then allows our students and faculty and staff to participate with the annual conferencing when it would ever resume. That had been a problem for Pawnee Nation College in that we would never have full membership. So currently, myself and faculty and staff, we will have access to more networking, other financial opportunities, I believe, because as we're under accreditation with NICC, any and all grants that we can jointly pursue or for accredited schools, Pawnee Nation College will share in those. Prior to that, we had not received any grants that are specific for tribal colleges and universities because we're not accredited independently. And at times, Bacone, our former partner and still a partner, did not apply for those because they are not considered a tribal college specifically. The reason being they are not established by a tribal government document. And so they have a situation going on trying to be recognized as a tribal college. However, their original documentation is by the American Baptist Society, which established that college, even though it was put aside by the Creek Nation, funded initially by the Creek Nation. The original documents say that they are to be a college established by a tribe for all Native Americans. However, that goal had been moved to the side, I guess, in the previous year. So they've not totally been supported for just Native American studies or Indian students alone. However, they're making a comeback. We are moving forward with our COVID responsibilities, and early in the semester, we did have one case where several students had been infected, but because of quarantine and following our procedures, as well as those as the nation had established, we've not had any further incidences of contact or infection other than parents. And I guess in a recent discussion, the city of Pawnee is getting another spike, and it seems to be with school-age children. So we're highly concerned with that, and the Board of Trustees have agreed to, at the Thanksgiving break, the Pawnee Nation College campus buildings will be closed. All classes will be conducted online, virtual. And so that's out of precautionary, just take precautions for all of our people. Secondly, we are a sub-grantee with Oklahoma State University called the Pawnee O Project. The Pawnee Nutrition Initiative objective was to help bring gardening concepts back to our people and the community. So we're in our fourth year. However, we're looking at doing another grant, National Science Foundation funded. So we'll be discussing that with OSU again. And we're also currently working with Langston University in another gardening project, and we are subrecipient of some funding there. And this networking that we've been doing for the last 3 years, it took us a while, but we're moving forward. And in fact, come Monday, I'll be on a conference call with the USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Native American Projects Director. That's the best I can get out of it. I don't know the exact title. And this is with a new funding source, Arise Foundation, American Veterans Foundation. And what they have done is received a grant to initiate gardening concepts for veterans and family members of veterans deceased or with us. So that opens the door for a large pool of people, children, grandchildren, possibly of veterans who want to learn gardening concepts for food security, fresh vegetable, self-preservation, or who just want to raise their flower beds, so to speak. So these classes won't be initiated till December, January. We're working on the curriculum now, networking with NICC and the Arise Foundation, so that we can advertise and get enrolled. And we're projecting to do 40 students throughout a 12-month year. So the grant is for 3 years, and we don't receive direct funding until we give a certificate to the graduates. So these programs will be offered on a Friday, Saturday afternoon at a minimum 4 hours per class period online. It's not an accredited class unless one of our students wants to take it for credit, and they have to complete 16 contact hours, meaning be in class a minimum of 16 hours 4 times, and that gives them 3 credit hours. So that's going to be helpful for a student who wants it for credit towards their degree, or the individual who just wants to learn home gardening and pick up the ideas of raising their own vegetables throughout the spring and summer. And again, here in Pawnee, we want to use as many of the Pawnee seeds as possible. So we'll be networking with the Pawnee Seeds Project and Deb and her program. We are doing great financially. If there's any questions, I can send a financial update to the PBC here. I don't know what happened to our secretary, but we've got new elections that took place, and Mr. Brad Sewell is our new secretary, so we're working with him to update all those minutes. Therefore, I gave a written report to you all. So the next quarter, he'll be doing that for you all. Our next board meeting of the trustees, December 5th. You're invited, those of you that would like to come. We start at 10 a.m. We have not made a decision yet. The chairman, Dr. Les Writing is still debating. We're going to look at the COVID spiking here and other areas if we're going to be virtual or in person. The last meeting we had a few who were virtual, and President Echohawk joined us. Jordan was with us. We thank y'all very much, and all of you. Business Council, again, December 5th at 10 a.m. Currently, we have 40 students enrolled. 26 students are bachelor's level enrolled with Bacone and Pawnee Nation College. They receive dual enrollment credit. And we have 14 students enrolled with NICC, Nebraska Indian Community College. And these are at the freshman and sophomore levels. So our goal is to network with both these universities or the others in our area, such as Langston and OSU, that our students, once they complete their 2-year program, they can transfer to these other schools in subject matter of their choice for their degree. So we have these 4 network opportunities, and historically we had maybe 5 students on average per semester that would leave us and go to Haskell. But this year, this semester, Haskell had opted to be totally online. So we'll figure out here by next spring or next fall how many students may be transferring out after they've achieved their associate's degree with us. But the majority, historically, the majority have stayed online with Pawnee Nation College and Bacone to pursue their bachelor's degree. So that's been an update. One more thing, we are going to have graduation December 11th. We've been able to secure the I want to say the Red Barn over at the rodeo grounds north of Pawnee. We'll have 7 graduates from the spring and the summer. And we're going to send out, allow them to bring 2 family members because of COVID, and we'll have seating arrangements for everybody. So that'll be December 11th. I believe we start at 10 a.m. Any questions or anything else that y'all might have on mind?
Council, any questions of President Burgess?
This is Jordan. I have a question.
Okay.
President Burgess, thank you for giving that report. I know your partnership with NICC is a good one based off of the you guys are going to be able to have access to the Indian Higher Education Consortium. Is that going to basically help pave a road further on down the road for you all to be accredited at some time? I know that's more of a long-term goal, I would assume, but is that going to benefit in that aspect of it?
Yes, it will. On several fronts, it allows I'm going to use the word executive leadership. Basically, that's myself, Mrs. Stacy Burns, and Dr. Benish as our faculty chair. We will be able to participate in some of the administrative or executive level meetings or trainings that AHEC puts on at their annual conference. Gives us insight, gives us background on how to prepare ourselves to be associated with AHEC, and then as well, it helps prepare us for accreditation meetings. As far as accreditation, the major source, the major log we need to jump is funding stability.
Yeah.
So we pursue as many grants as we can. That keeps us functioning. However, grants are not considered long-term sustainability. As President Echohawk was talking earlier, the college, we've got to step out and get some kind of development funding going, and that's going to be the strategic planning area that the Board of Trustees is moving towards right now. And we are working on survey instruments. Probably on December 5th, we will have a finalized instrument that the trustees will put forward, similar to what the nation is doing with strategic planning. And there will be several of you involved, I'm sure. And so we'll be working on that as well. So it's long-term development. We need funding, which is not associated with grants. or other contractual arrangements. That goes into the bank, which develops our go-to fund in matters such as COVID came around. If total grants were closed down and shut off, how would we survive? And that's where we have to build up, I would believe, a minimum 2 or 3 years of funding level to operate the college and what we determine is the best outlay of student body and income. Right now, that should be about 100 students per semester. So that would help us more than break even and put something in the bank. So our goal, of course, is to increase funding, increase student enrollment. And being associated with NICC, we have a better return on financial share of tuition than we do with Bacone. So that will, and generally 50% of that income goes into our HLC account to go towards our funding and or to pay for HLC visitation when the time comes.
Yeah. Good. I appreciate that. Sounds like that's good. Plan ahead. I look forward to working with the board on the strategic plan as well, just so that can be incorporated in the tribe's overall strategic plan. So I look forward to that.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Council, any other questions of President Burgess?
President Echohawk, can I sort of interject something quickly?
Yes, please. And welcome, Attorney General Smith.
I don't want to be disruptive, but the major TV channels has just declared Biden president, winning Pennsylvania.
Right.
Ah, wonderful. Anyway, good. Excellent news. You made my day.
Me too. It's really touching. A lot of people on CNN are just crying. I mean, it's just great. So thanks.
Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. Wonderful. Thank you for that great news.
They said the Arizona tribes showed up in force, like 97% of the vote.
Wow.
Anyway, yeah, they had a lot at stake. They've gone through a lot.
Well, that's a reason for our intergovernmental relations committee to kick in gear to look to a better day. Yes. Thank you, Chad. Folks, any other questions of President Burgess at this time? Hearing none, President Burgess, I just want to thank you for your presentation. I'm so very proud of our Pawnee Nation College. I'm proud of the Pawnee Nation and its role in helping to create and support this college. It's a big asset to our nation. It's a big asset to our community. And I hope that under this new council, President Burgess, that we can work hand in hand. And I know you have your autonomy, and there's a reason for that. And I support the autonomy of the college. And I know that we have some silos here on our campus here, the tribal complex. Well, we have, I think the college has an IT system. The Business Council has an IT system. The TDC has an IT system. And I don't know who else has an IT system, but we got a small complex with 3 IT systems. We got 3 communication silos as well, and I hope we can explore ways to make our silos at least more as efficient as possible, and coordinated. Also, I'm very glad to see the synchronicity, congruence, I should say, between the Pawnee Nation agriculture classes and our agriculture initiative. I'm glad to see the planning initiative of the college going on at the same time as our college, our strategic plan for the Pawnee Nation. So I'm just very optimistic. And sir, I see your hand.
There's one thing I don't get a chance to meet with y'all, but I want to bring up an economic venture here that was presented to the college within the past 9 months. And this venture involves the making of goods from recycled leather from Southwest Airlines. So I'm going to have to call for a meeting with your economic team, and I'd like to bring in Dr. Kendall Brune, the gentleman with Arise Foundation, who's brought us in with the gardening project. This project is about making goods for resale through Southwest Airlines, and they utilize they recycle the leather seats that comes off of the airlines, and you would call it. They used to call them cottage factories. Walter, you remember that era? That's how old I am. We would have people making these pieces of things over at their homes and bring it together at a central site, and it'd be brought together, manufactured, and distributed. Well, Pawnee has the nation has that building, if it's still empty, with its basement, and it would involve people sewing these projects together, maybe adding beadwork to it. They're talking about telephone covers, small handbags, leather bags. They even have people, indigenous people, our fellow Indians in South America, one country, are making these into shoes. They're recycling this leather and making shoes for them and then shipping them around the world. So I need to establish a meeting with you all, committee, bring this forward. He'll be back in Oklahoma. I believe he said November 18th, the week of the 18th or the 16th. So I'll get with him, and if I can get with your committee and bring you all together. The other subject matter, President Echohawk, is you talked about a communications. If the nation were to establish its own technology company, independent of tribal government, other than being owned as an LLC, and then we could all contract with that company. AT&T could help y'all set that up, and or I think USDA, because of the rural medicine and telemedicine capabilities, the nation could go for that kind of funding and create its own communication network, and then all of us would be able to assign emails to our students or to your membership, and thereby earning some income. But because you're a tribal government, you all can do this and access more funding more quickly than the college would be able to do it. And we don't have the $50,000 it takes just to get the .edu for us. So there's a possibility there that the nation could establish its own communication infrastructure and get funding from USDA to do that. So that's just an idea that you could look at, but I'll get off my soapbox. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, President Burgess. And I think we should look into both of those ideas because we direly need to diversify our economy here. We cannot depend solely on gaming to support the economy. And I think on the leather company idea, I would recommend there that you get placed on the agenda for the TDC board to make a presentation to the TDC, and then on the LLC idea with the communications network. If there's money to be made, I'm there, and I think probably the good entry point there would be with the planning, or we have a communications committee. That's correct? Communications committee that a communications and IT committee, I guess, that Vice President Canuho chairs. It would be the entity to work with, I think, on that idea. And I encourage you to pursue that. And I think that those are great ideas. I'm all for diversifying our economy. And I also, and then I want to recognize Vice President here, but wanted to just throw out the two ideas, and then I'll clam them up here. But on the education curriculum that you have, as I mentioned, I'm so glad that you're doing the agriculture classes, because it's very congruent with the nation's attempt to enter into the field of agriculture. I would also like to maybe wonder if our HR committee could possibly visit with you and brainstorm with you about some sort of a leadership program or mentorship and leadership program for Pawnee Nation employees that could maybe nurture our leadership for the next generation we have 124 employees here, and we have some very dedicated and devoted people who care deeply about what they're doing, and we want to nurture them and reward them, promote them along their way through leadership. And possibly that would be another area of collaboration that we could, you're saying you want more students. Maybe we could work out something to where we could put if there was a leadership program, we could try to figure out how we could make that work, and you would have a ready pool of students, possibly for a leadership program in tribal government. So that oh, and then my final deal would, I'd like to encourage, since President Burgess threw out a invitation basically for the council to attend the TDC board meeting on December 5. I would like to urge everyone to try to tune in to that. And I would even take it a step further, President Burgess. I don't want to certainly intrude on your board, but I would certainly be open to even making that a joint meeting, possibly between your board and the TDC, because I think maybe it might be too late in the planning for that. I don't know, but I would like to see a joint meeting between the college board and the business council, just so we can introduce each other and check in with each other, just in the name of unity and just seeing how we want to work together, and so I would certainly be open or throw out as an idea, even calling it a joint meeting if you like, but if it's too late, maybe we could do another one at your next meeting, maybe thinking in terms of a joint meeting of some kind as an expression of our interest in your work and our interest in supporting your work, So I throw that out, and I see that Vice President Canuho has his hand up, and so I'll yield to Vice President Canuho.
Thank you, President Eckhart. I just wanted to make the comment to President Burgess that I'll definitely like to meet with you and just kind of get an idea on that communications infrastructure that you're talking about. Councilwoman Butler also mentioned that to me, that she is also looking into that as well. So it seems that definitely, that's obviously a venture or an opportunity that we'd like to see. And I'd definitely like to meet with you, President Burgess, and I'll discuss this more and collaborate more with Councilwoman Butler as well, so that we can get a good, strong understanding on this, if this is a good avenue that we'd like to go down as far as exploring. And I agree with you too, President Eckhart, that, diversifying our economic revenue source and profitability, I think that's very vital, and we've learned that this past year through the COVID. And so I'm always open to seeing other aspects that we can do. So with that, I am thankful too that we do have Kim Murray on our agricultural committee as well. And so collaborating with her knowledge of what's going on at the college is going to be very helpful as far as going forward with any other aspects of ag with the college and the Pawnee Nation as a whole. I think will be very, very important with that as well. But I just want to make that acknowledgement and just express to President Burgess, I would like to just sit down with him and just visit with him on that as well. And also to acknowledge that Councilwoman Butler has explored those and they're looking at that, and it seems that there's some opportunity there. So I'm very open to that.
Excellent. Well, is there any other comments or questions of President Burgess? Hearing none, President Burgess, I thank you for your wonderful report. I wish you all of the best. Thank you for being here, and my door is always open at any time, as you well know, for anything. And I too would like to sit down with you, have some more quality time, because I always walk away much smarter than I was before. And your mic is off, and that might be a good idea.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay. Have a great weekend, and thank you so much, sir.
Sure.
All right. Thanks to President Burgess. Very exciting report. And next we have on our agenda the Pawnee Nation Housing Authority, and I see my good friend there, Mr. George Gardapi. Are you welcome to you, sir? Are you going to be making the report on behalf of the Housing Authority?
Yes, I'll be doing that today.
Excellent. Wonderful. Well, welcome to our gathering. I appreciate you taking time out. I'm just so elated to see you, and I think in large measure it's because of the great news I just heard from our Attorney General about our new president-elect. So we hear that news, and then all of a sudden you appear. So I'm thinking there may be a connection of some kind.
Yeah, there's a definite correlation between the two.
Yes, I think our stars are starting to align here. But anyway, welcome to you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. I've been chosen to give our housing report today because I know everything that's going on with housing. So, and in the recent months, we've missed a couple of board meetings for various reasons. So I feel like I'm the best source today to give this report. So we've been busy ever since this whole pandemic started. We've maintained our office. We've continued to work throughout. Our employees have been diligent with doing repairs to homes and any emergencies that come up. We've taken good care of our people, not only in our own housing units but elsewhere also. So during this quarter, we completed 3 re-roofings, 3 homes that had to be roofed. Those were privately owned homes that we did. We did sell one of our homes on Boulder Street. It had some issues that we put in here, that there was it needed foundation repair, and it was going to cost between $10,000 to $15,000. And we decided to go ahead and sell that unit with the understanding from the buyer that had those problems, and they still wanted the home, and so we sold that at the appraised value. And we did some emergency assistance. We had 12 approved for emergency assistance, and that's for rents, that's for utilities, that's for any other little things that might come up that we could help them with. During this quarter, we completed 3 of our non-housing units. and one Nahaza unit. And work done to these units, we had to do a complete floor subfloor replacement. The floor was a little off, and when we dug deeper, we had to actually redo all the floor joists. So we had to start from the ground up. And actually, this home is the one that I used to live in, and so I didn't realize the extent of the damage. And we did we finally completed that one. We have somebody living there, and that home is beautiful. We try to make sure when we finish a home that we renovate that it's beautiful for the next person to come in. We did have one, like I said, one Nahaza unit was fixed. Right now, we still do filter changes monthly. And it's a scary time for us as well as our everybody. But we still feel like we need to make sure that our units, our heating and air units, are maintained. So we have been doing those, and we've done brief inspections, and we don't really have anything to report as far as our homes not being taken care of. So that's our chance when we do filter changes, is just to go in and look around. In this quarter, we do have one empty unit currently, and this is the one that's undergoing extensive modernization. We've enclosed the garage. We had to pour concrete to level the floor, and this is the only vacant unit. And so that was our plan, is to get this one, and it's down here in Eagle Chief. So we're providing more space, more living space for the next potential people that live there. And so we've got all of our crew actually are working on this. Between that and getting limbs and cutting tree limbs, we've gone back and forth, but we're definitely staying busy. And recently we did have to, like we put in the report, we had to have a treatment done for bed bugs. And I'd say in the last several months we had a couple units that we had to, pay for bed bug removal with a heat treatment. And it's expensive. I mean, one it's $1,400 per treatment. And we've had to do this over the last several years, at least 2 to 3 times a year. Those things are hard to get rid of, and the most effective is the heat treatment. And recently we have looked at to actually buying the equipment ourselves and doing that ourselves. As we've done some trainings online, and I've talked to other housing authorities, tribal housing authorities, and some are doing that. So that might be something that we'll be doing in the future. The machines are pretty expensive, but over the long run, it'll save our housing some money, and more money going into our units. So that's something that we're looking at. Recently, we had the MOU with the AmeriCorps Vista program with the Seeds project, and we had installed a faucet down at Yellow Horse. We provided the land, and I think it went really well. I mean, the vegetables and fruits that were able to provide to community members and for funerals and stuff like that. I think it's pretty awesome that they were able to do that. There was a problem with the faucet; it was leaking. We had the city install it, and they came back and fixed it, so at no cost. So we were happy for that. We did purchase a sanitizing fogger before, and we have been using that. I mean, every time somebody uses the community center downtown, we go in and sanitize the building. And even for our office, we've used it to sanitize our building. And actually, we had to use it yesterday because we did have a scare, exposure scare. But so far, I've heard that there's only been negative tests, COVID tests around that. So we'll be able to open Monday without any problems. But we were able to sanitize our office yesterday, and we did close. And this whole time, I think we've maybe closed twice, other than the ice storm when we didn't have power. And recently, we've been taking advantage of online virtual training, which has been hosted by the Native American Indian Housing Council. And some of those on there was the admissions and occupancy training. It was a 3-day training. We also attended that tribal enterprise workshop that the planning office had hosted. And I did a maintenance management training, but honestly, I didn't really learn too much because I pretty much knew everything that was being taught. So, but we trying to take advantage, because in the past these trainings have cost a lot of money and travel to various locations, and some of which we didn't have time to go to. So when they come up, we look at them carefully to see if this would benefit our housing office, and so far it has benefited us, and we're learning even more than what we thought we knew. And let's see. So we do utilize that community center for various meetings, and we don't charge for that. We have our housing meetings there, but we also meet. The Pawnee Community School meets there. We had an HVAC planning meeting and that internal summit that you were talking about, President Echohawk. And I just want to say I appreciate you for listening to us and informing this internal summit. I think it's going to do good things. I know in our next meeting we're planning on talking about possibly funding or helping fund a social worker that came about from that, possibly. So that's on our next agenda at our housing. We're also looking at a Windows program, and I don't know if we've mentioned this before, but we are like a certified dealer for windows and doors through a company, and Don Young Company. And so we were thinking that in order to help our tribal members in our jurisdiction, we could provide the avenue to buy windows at cost, instead of not having a profit margin in there. Just to help people who are looking at fixing their homes and making them more efficient, we can do that. But we're meeting next Tuesday to finalize that, and our policy and our procedure. So that's what we're looking forward to. As far as our CARES money, we still have our CARES money, and we use it for. We just had a washer and dryer installed, and we still have 4 more that we can do on Eagle Chief Community, and so that'll be coming in the next couple of weeks, and that was through Spears. So we're doing, our housing authority is more than just maintaining our homes. We do a lot more areas, and we're just excited about being able to service our community. But that's all we have for now.
President Echohawk, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Garkey. Council, are there any questions for this report? I just want to say that, we're so fortunate to have the Pawnee Nation Housing Authority because there can be no more important thing than shelter. That's one of our basic necessities of life, is shelter from the storm. And I've valued my opportunity to work with the Housing Authority on different things so far. And I've really come to understand and appreciate the important work that they do for our nation. And George is right. They go above and beyond, just housing, into other areas. And I know that I was so inspired and so thankful to see that community garden go up at Yellow Horse, and with you guys' strong support to put that together. I think it was just so nice for the community to see that, take place. And there was a lot of enthusiasm and about that community project, and very culturally appropriate as well. And so I certainly enjoyed that. And I know when it comes to shelter and housing, I think a big thing I just want to bring to your attention or wanted to lay out a perspective that I have, and that is, and traveling around to other tribes and whatnot, the idea of traditional housing and traditional forms of architecture. You go to Southeast Alaska and you see the traditional buildings of the Tlingit people, and they're fully incorporates their distinctive art and cosmology. You go to the Pueblo communities and you see the same thing, and their traditional housing is alive and well. You go up to our Arikara relatives to the north, and you see that they know how to make their traditional earth lodges. They have a complete earth lodge village with about 7 or 8 earth lodges, including a huge ceremonial earth lodge that has got a concrete floor. It's wired with electricity and heat, where they can convene traditional gatherings. And so I just wanted to kind of throw out that perspective to you, Mr. Gardapi, and our wonderful leader Linda there too, at the Housing Authority, to think about the traditional Pawnee shelters. And I'm referring here to our earth lodges that make our nation unique, that served our people well for millennia. And there is an earth lodge movement here on the plains that's prompted in large part by our relatives up there on the 3 affiliated tribes, our Rikra people. They've preserved the ability to make earth lodges. And I would like to, and we have aspirations here. When we build this new museum, we would like to see 3 or 4 earth lodges go up. Maybe one for each band, each of our 4 bands, possibly a larger earth lodge that could be used for hen games, for peyote meetings, for traditional gatherings, chiefs council meetings, or what have you. So I know there would be possibly a role for the Housing Authority to begin studying out, and I know that Linda's uncle, Earl Chapman, was involved in making one of the last earth lodges up at Pawnee Bills. And I remember that earth lodge. So I would think that I would just lay that just for discussion purposes, think about how you guys could get some funding and maybe acquiring that expertise, possibly training from our northern relatives, about how to go about doing that, and possibly even contracting. I know the Pawnees collaborated with the building of an earth lodge up in Nebraska and at Grand Island there on the highway with the Rikra relatives. We had a lot of our tribal members went up there. But this is a housing function. It's a shelter function, and it's on the traditional side of what we're doing, what we're all about. It's a source of great pride and inspiration as well. So I just throw that out to you and your colleagues there as food for thought. And I'd also like to throw out the idea of murals. We have Housing Authority buildings and little communities, which I call dependent Indian communities that I think we should have jurisdiction over, but in the public spaces that you guys do have, we've got some wonderful, wonderful tribal artists that have done murals inside our roundhouse. That's very uplifting. If you look at these, they're inspirational just to go there and be within that roundhouse with those murals. We've got building spaces uptown, and this is also goes to Land and Property Committee. Let's do a mural movement here in our own community to decorate it with our traditional Pawnee murals. That it will be a source of pride for the entire community. Anyway, that's just I know I'm kind of turning into a gas bag here as the morning goes on, but I want to thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your good work, and thank you for sharing your weekend with us. And we appreciate your report, sir.
It's no problem.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
President Ecklock, I had a question.
Oh, wait. Don't go, George. We got one other comment.
I'm not going anywhere.
President Canuho, please.
Just have a comment and then a couple questions. The comment was, the garden that they had at the Yellow Horse. I saw that whenever it was going full force, and that was really good for the community there. And I grew up there, and I'd have been pretty keen to have that, when I was growing up. But me as a kid, I was probably wouldn't be very appreciative as it would be now. But that was really nice to have that there over the summer. One of the questions I have is you mentioned that you guys are a certified dealer for the windows, and you were mentioning within the jurisdiction that you can sell those to all tribal members at cost if they're needing new windows. Is that right?
Yeah, all tribal members, not just Pawnee Nation, but just around our area, because we're thinking of delivery. I mean, if it's in our jurisdiction, then delivery becomes a lot less than shipping outside of our jurisdiction. But
I got you. Well, that's good. I just wanted to. I didn't know. I just need a clarification on that. And the other question that I had, and I'm just drawing a blank. I should have written it down. Oh, I remember what it was. It's with the assistance, utility assistance and those of that nature. What was there any separation between COVID-related assistance and just your typical assistance? I mean, I didn't know if there was a community purpose on that as far as seeing with both sides.
Yeah. According to HUD, and we can provide COVID assistance. We can provide that utility assistance. It doesn't have to be COVID related, but if it is COVID, we can still use our regular funding to provide emergency assistance. So that program remains intact, the same as any other. But if they have COVID related, it doesn't have to be COVID related. But if it is, we can still just take care of it. It doesn't have to be the CARES Act funding.
Okay.
So we just use any funding source that we have to provide that assistance.
Okay, I was just curious about that. Thank you, George.
Okay, council, any other questions or comments on all things housing? All right. Okay, well, thank you so much. And we appreciate you and have a great weekend, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Well, let's move on, folks. Our next is the Pawnee Nation Tribal Development Report. Tribal Development Corporation report, I would presume here. Yes. Do we have Mr. Goodfox? Yes. Welcome. Good morning, Tiwa. Good to see you.
Noah, Kikadu. Well, before we get into the third quarter report, I just want to give a quick COVID update. We have had some employees test positive, and I believe we shut the facilities down, and they have been cleaned by Janny King, and they are back up. I guess as of 6 o'clock yesterday was the email I got, and we have pulled some employees from the trading post out to Stone Wolf to be able to open. So that's what's happening right now. Okay, let's get into the third quarter report. Retail convenience store business is profitable for the quarter. Convenience stores gross margins are up 15% from the third quarter of 2019. Now, gaming revenue for the quarter is down 1.5 million. This is down 75% from the third quarter of 2019. And since reopening the gaming facilities, we have gone to 50% with the machines to maintain the social distancing. That is to abide by the CDC guidelines. Okay, Stonewolf Casino was reopened on May 15th after being dark for almost 2 full months. There was no revenue for gaming from March 18th to May 15th. And since reopening, gaming revenues through October 12th have been running at 61% of net revenues year over year for the same period. Year over year 2020 to 2019, net gaming revenues at Stonewolf are down 3.1 million. TP Casino reopened on June 4th, and the property was dark for 81 days. Since reopening, TP's gaming revenues through October 12th have been running at 60.1% of net revenues for the same dates in the previous year, and year over year, TP is down 370,000. Trading Post reopened on July 2nd. Property was dark for 212 days due to casino closing and the completion of the renovation to the gaming floor. Net revenues for the July 2nd through October 12th ran at 65% for the same days of last year. And year over year, Trading Post is down 148,000. So overall, net gaming revenue in 2020 is running 4.144 million behind 2019. And on to Howler's. Food and beverage revenue at Howler's has had a loss of 29,242 in the third quarter. So we closed the restaurant on October 1st. Net sales at Howler's restaurant in the month of June totaled $12,523, while personal expenses alone for that month were $35,308. We were just losing too much money out of it. And through September's, Howler's has lost $166,585 for the whole year. And since 2013, Howler's has lost 1.6 million since the start of it. Okay, so now that takes us with our loan. The TC continues to be proactive with our communication with them, and First Secure has given us an additional 3 months of forgiveness on the principal payments to the loan through January 2021. This reduces our debt service expense by almost $100,000 a month, and this is thanks to Bob Demick working on this. Due to our gaming business shutdown and COVID-19, we did not meet one of our loan covenants, the leverage ratio, but John Mendoza has presented a covenant waiver to the bank's loan committee on our behalf for the second quarter of 2020. The covenant waiver has been approved through quarter 3. And our personnel report, we have 17 Pawnees enrolled at 15.9%. Pawnee Descent is 7 at 6.5%. Tribal Other is 17.8%. Non-tribal is 63 at 58.9%. Not enrolled Pawnee is 1 at 0.93%. And the total active employees of 107 and full-time is 101. Now we are back to Howler's. We're currently looking at maybe having the reopening around December 1st, if possible, with a sports bar, sports grill, with more cost-effective foods. But we need to get it open and get people back into the to the casino. And everybody seemed to like Howler's, but we won't be selling like the steaks and the ribs and that type of more expensive meals. It'll be more like your chicken wings and your appetizers, burgers, that type of stuff. We should see a turnaround with this change. So that's what I had for the third quarter.
Thank you, Chairman Good Fox. Appreciate your report. Council, do you have any questions of Mr. Good Fox?
President Eckhoff, I have a question.
Yes.
Hey, Jeff, thank you for the report, Mrs. Jordan. The sports grill, so that's just going to basically, you can come and still sit down and eat. Is that how it's going to be? Or is that just going to be kind of like like some of the other kind of sports grills and other casinos you can have, just order it and just walk up, grab your food and then go kind of thing?
I believe it will probably be counter service.
Okay.
To probably order at the counter, and then we'll still have the area to sit down back there. But this is also, we're looking ahead with sports book.
Okay.
So we're kind of trying to prepare, look into the future. We're going to have a bunch of TVs, and just to prepare for that coming down the line.
This is more like a phase one kind of thing.
Yeah, especially with the OSU crowd coming on the turnpike, during football season. So
yeah. Okay. And then the other thing I had too is with TP and with the trading post, they all have those partitions between the machines, as I understand. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I was able to sit in on the gaming commission meeting last week, and they're discussing right now to do the same out there at the Travel Plaza, Stonewolf as well.
Yes.
And hopefully with that, that will open it up a little bit more, because I know that, it's something that's been kind of difficult is running at, 60% capacity or however it is that you guys are running now, is that will basically open that up as well. That's my understanding. So hopefully that will help with the revenue aspect as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That's all I had.
Council, thank you, Vice President. Council, are there any other questions of Mr. Good Fox? Hearing none, I'd just like to say thank you again for your presentation. And I'd also like to broach this idea with you, the idea of a joint meeting between the Pawnee Business Council and the TDC board in the near future. We're just thinking on our side of the table here that we're trying to go through our tribal budgets for 2021. And we're seeing that we're going to be faced with a pretty tough fiscal year in 2021. We're going to have to tighten our belts on the tribal government side, and working with the projections, that the TDC have made for 2021, and we just wanted to. I think it would be good if we had a joint meeting, in the fairly near future, just to kind of look at 2021, because I think we're going to have to tighten our belt. It may well be that TDC may have to be doing the same thing, as well as the Gaming Commission, so that we can all three survive and navigate this difficult pandemic and the impact on our economy. If we can weather the storm, we're going to have to be rowing together in the same boat, working close as we can, in unity and in goodwill, to support each other as we go forward. Because it is going to be, I think, a fairly challenging and dicey year for all three of us, the council as well as the business arm of the council, the TDC. and possibly even the Gaming Commission as well, that makes everything possible. And so I think it would be good if we could meet together. We don't want to intrude on the work of the TDC, obviously. We leave that in your good hands. Your board's very good hands. But I think we need to just get together, maybe take time out, pause a little bit, and think about the kinds of challenges that we're up against in the coming fiscal year, and how we can work together to weather the storm, and survive and come out on the other side real maybe better than we were before, And so I would like to broach that idea with you, Mr. Chairman, about possibly having a joint meeting of that nature, possibly as early as a couple of weeks, as soon as we're able to do that. So I just wanted to raise that with you. I don't.
I agree. Yeah, I would look forward to that, and maybe even if we were to schedule them quarterly.
Yeah.
I think that would be a good idea. But we just,
Yeah.
It seemed like just when people were starting to venture out again, we are getting hit with this rural second wave of people that it's just tough. It's just tough. I'd like to say that Mr. Dimick has done a good job working with our vendors and the bank, and
Yes.
and Mr. Seifold as well. We definitely appreciate the services of both of them.
Yes, well, I think it's I want to commend the TDC and all of your employees from all levels, from the oldest to the youngest, including our gallant Mr. Dimick. I think has been wonderful, very superlative, an asset
Absolutely.
to the entire Pawnee Nation. Attorney Scott Seifold has done a good job, and you guys are holding the ship together, being very, very valiant here during this difficult time. It's appreciated. I want to let you know it's appreciated by this council, what you guys are doing, and we understand the difficulties that you're up against, and so you're all in our thoughts and prayers and well wishes. And I like that idea of a quarterly joint meeting as we go forward, because we're gonna have to work real close together,
Absolutely, yes.
as we go forward on behalf of all concerned, your employees, our employees, the whole nation.
Yeah.
And so I like that idea, but with your permission, or if maybe we could set up something with Mr. Dimick, coordinate with your board, and I could do the same for our council, and we could maybe set up an initial, just the flag issues, take stock, see where we're at. If we've got any, well, I want to make sure we're all on the same page, to the best that we can be, and if you got concerns about us, why, let's air them and talk about them in a good way. And I want to make sure we got all of our signals straight, and we're all working together, as best that we can, because I think it's going to take that kind of teamwork and goodwill and cooperation, to weather the storm that we're all facing. And we know we were doing just fine and dandy before this COVID struck, and so we're all up against it's very frightening, Jeff. It's, this pandemic is getting worse and not better. You had gone through the closure and been hit with it, and it's flat out scary. Our nation is suffering, 100,000, 150,000 a day now across our country, and so this pandemic is going to be with us. And so the only thing we can do is be as safe as we can, and just be work together in unity and goodwill the best that we're able, and then we have to put the rest in Atias's hand.
Yeah.
So anyway, I wanted to do that, and we'll huddle up with you. We'll make a joint meeting here, and so with that, I'm going to let you get on with your weekend, and I thank you for coming and participating with us, and I appreciate your report, and give our best wishes to your board and to Mr. Dimick as well, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hey, with that, let us move forward. And the next item is the Pawnee Nation Executive Director Report. And so with that, I would like to turn the floor over to Muriel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. What I'd like to begin with, you have my written report in the packet with the quarterly reports, but what I'd like to go over today with you is not a part of that. It's actually things that are more current. And the first and foremost is in regard to Turk and with the COVID issues that we are presently going through right now. We have had, within the past week and a half, with 2 weeks, we had one office that we had to close down because of COVID, and that was our education office. And then yesterday, I received notification that we had to close down our the whole first floor of the HCS division. Oh, it's located over in the old health center due to a positive COVID by one of the staff people that's on that floor, and so we closed all the offices yesterday afternoon, and everyone will be getting tested before they can come back to the office next week. Of course, that being said, also, it also affected the second floor, which is the TDC corporate office. And then, of course, we're the Stone Wolf Casino and the Trading Post Casino, of course, as we've all heard, was affected. Because of the exposures, of course, have our primary and secondary exposures, and that's where it gets a little testy, because we have to wait and see if the primary exposures turn up positive. As that domino effect goes, it can start affecting other offices. And so that's what will be happening this next week, is wait and see. But also, one of the things that I'm looking at discussing with Turk at our weekly meeting is the possibility that with the number of cases that are starting to show up again within the community, with the high school and just the numbers in general in Pawnee County going up, I'm really wondering if maybe we should be looking at having all of the staff tested, because you may be positive, but you may not be showing any symptoms. And so if that's so, then we want to catch those as soon as possible before we end up having to shut down whole buildings for more than a week because of that domino effect that, the person having it and their primary exposures, and then finding out 2 or 3 days later that their primary exposures are now positive, and then the people that were secondary exposures now become primaries, and So, it's a big domino effect. So that's one of the things that that we're having to look at. And so, of course, that's something that I will be bringing up in the meeting on Monday. So that's one of how we're looking at things right now in regard to that. Another item with Turk, of course, has to do with the ice storm. And we, the EOC office opened up and was looking at what type of responses that we were needing to take care of during this ice storm. And, first and foremost was the number of people that was without power and without heat, without electricity, because if they had a central unit in their home, then their heater units were not coming on. So everyone was living or being as close as you could get to that stove in the kitchen that you could without, catching anything on fire or anything. But one of the other issues that came up was the fact that the longer the electricity was out, the food that they had on hand started getting to the point to where it was no longer edible. And so if you're on a limited income, you don't have the money to be able to go out and buy additional food because the food you had is no longer usable because you couldn't keep it refrigerated. And so that brought up the fact that we need to take care of these people. We need to make sure that they're eating, that, you've got elders, you've got parents, you've got children. And so, it was based upon that the ideas that came forward were feeding the people in general came to the forefront. And that's why I asked for an emergency spending order to be able to get the food to prepare for these people so that they could eat. It's bad enough if you're cold, but it's even worse when you're hungry. And so, that was some of the things that we wanted to take care of. The Housing Authority was very gracious in allowing their facility to be opened up in the afternoon, and people were being taken care of down there. We had also made arrangements for one of the buildings to open up out here, which didn't really need to be used after we made that decision, but we wanted to have it available. And so we had people trying to take care of that, making it usable. In the event that we had people that had to come out there, that they at least had cots to sleep on, and that we could keep them, socially distance them as best as we could. And, so we had a lot of people working, a lot of staff people, and I've looked at the names of the people that have worked, and it includes directors, managers, coordinators, and staff people. We've even had some tribal members that came in to help. And so they were all very, very good about helping out where they could. And it's something to see people come together like that in order to help take care of the people. And of course, we had some members of the council that also was a part of this. And so, I'll be finalizing this listing, because this listing also is part of what we're going to be utilizing to seek reimbursement, because for these people that the nation can get some type of reimbursement for the number of people that had to come out and help take care of some of these people. Since then, the Terrell Commission has come forward, and they have had their own crew of workers going around and helping a lot of our tribal elders in cleaning up their yards from all the limbs and everything left over after the ice storm, and that is always very helpful. And they have even hauled it off, and that's one thing that we're looking at right now in the city of Pawnee. Apparently, they're not allowing anyone to drop off their debris down there at Lincoln Park on the east end of Kansas Street. And so I don't know what the city's going to do about it, but I know that all you got to do is go through town and drive through any neighborhood, and you're going to see tree limbs everywhere that are stacked up on the curbs and everything that are still. We don't know how long they're going to be there, so I don't know what's going to happen in regard to that. But we've been very lucky. We've had a lot of people come forward to help each other and to help other families, help them to be able to have something warm to eat. The first night it was, a very simple meal with, basically a hamburger and hot dog and chips and cookies and water. And that's very filling and everything, and everyone enjoyed it. And then the following night it was a spaghetti dinner. And there was an even larger crowd for that one. So it was very good that we were able to come forward like that, and we had the people that were willing to help out with the cooking, help out with the serving. It was all drive-through. Some meals were delivered, and so it went very well, very well. So, those are some of the things that have occurred since the end of the quarter. It's been the beginning of this quarter has been very busy for everybody out here at the Pawnee Nation. Our property staff has been also very busy with everything they need to do. And then, of course, with everything that we have that's ongoing with our COVID projects. Our COVID projects are coming along fairly well. The rehabilitation center, which is what I like to call it, I know a lot of people call it the fitness center, but it was originally set up to be a rehab center. And it's because you can't see inside, all you could do is go by and you see the outside of the building. So you don't really know what's going on the inside. But apparently, it appears that it will be completed by the end of this month. They're finishing up on a lot of things on the inside. I see they're getting ready to put the canopy on and out front. They'll need to do the parking lot next. So it's coming along fairly well. And I was talking to Brian and them about it, and the equipment is they're looking at installing the equipment and having it in place by the middle of December. They're therefore finishing early, which is good. I think that's great. I know with the storage project, that ice storm didn't help matters. But I know they've been out there every day since then and before then, really working very hard at trying to get down the road with this and get things done and everything. So that's great. That's wonderful. I think it'll be a wonderful addition to the Pawnee Nation. And there are other projects that are still in the planning stages that may not necessarily be COVID related, but the tribe has had several other projects that they have construction projects that are in different phases of whether it's still being in design or getting ready to go into the construction phase. So we're coming along fairly well with all of our projects, given the weather conditions that we've had, making history. I don't think I've ever seen an ice storm that early in the year. And so it's everything's coming along well. The Pawnee Nation as a whole is doing well at keeping things going. And of course, you know, we're in talking with the finance director. He's already got a timeline set up for when the annuity checks will be going out. And there's a couple mailings we're getting ready to send out. I know they're working on the items for the elders to be sent out. So, you know, they've got all of that all set up on a timeline, and we'll be able to get those items done. Right now, we're just trying to keep COVID out of the building and away from our employees. So, you know, that's one of the major things is, you know, we got to keep our staff healthy so that we can complete our work. So that's some of the items that has happened since I wrote the quarterly report. And if you have any questions in regard to the quarterly report, then I will get with the respective director and get the answers for you. And other than that, do you have any questions?
Council, any questions of Muriel? Hearing none, I want to thank you, Muriel, for your not only your oral report, but your written report. It's very, very clear to me that we are extremely busy, that we are making big strides here. We've kind of got a building boom going on the reserve here. Mm-hmm. We're well into the way of implementing our COVID decisions to fight this pandemic. And I agree with you. You know, we really do need to double down on our public health measures. I love your idea about all staff being tested. We could not a week goes by when we don't have these brushes with infection, the spread of infection, or the risk of infection. We see that in our casinos, as was told recently. We've had all of us have experienced and know people that have had it and are in it and recovering from it. There's problems at the high school, so we all need to double down, and I fully would support a mandate to have all of our staff tested. I think we need to be prepared if it to go back to square one on our closures and our public health response if we need to whatever it takes to protect ourselves and our communities, you know, from the spread of this infection. And it just underscores the importance of all things COVID and CARES Act fund spending and implementation of those spending decisions. It's all very, very important, you know, and then on top of all of that, to be hit by this ice storm emergency. As I mentioned earlier, I was just so inspired to see us rise to that challenge in the face of this, in the midst of this pandemic, you know, to also work to meet the needs of our members during that emergency that just took place, you know. So I'm very thankful to you, Muriel, for your leadership and your involvement in all of the above. I, for one, enjoy my working relationship with you. It's an inspiration to me to see you carrying that workload. I know that you're always the first one there at work and the last to leave. And so I thank you for your report today, and I thank you for your leadership. I know these conditions are very trying on you and all of the staff that you supervise, that all of the moving parts of this government that comes across your desk. I know that we're all on data overload because this government has a lot of moving parts to it, and a wide range of issues and expertise that we face day in and day out here. So, so I just wanted to say that much. I thank you for your report. Anyone else have any other comments of Muriel at this time?
President Echohawk?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a comment. I would like to commend Muriel on her written report. That was an excellent written document summary that you reported to us. I was just very impressed by it, at the thoroughness of it. And as President Echohawk says, there is a lot of people on the ground, a lot of good workers over there keeping our tribe running. And I know I'm not there, but I know I got the calls when the ice storm happened. And I just want to thank all of the administrative staff, all the employees, you, Jamie, all the council people that lived there, how you all chipped in and took care of everyone. But I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. All right,
you.
folks. Any other questions or comments at this time? Muriel, again, I thank you for your report and also for your leadership. And I can't think of anything else at this time. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So next item is the Pawnee Nation Attorney General report. And I would like to call Attorney General Smith, Chief Smith. I know our Attorney General was here earlier. He was the bearer of great news on the national election front. Ah, okay. Excellent. Well, welcome, Chief Smith. I wanted to thank you for your presence. I know we're cutting into your weekend as well, and so I'm very thankful that you were able to be with us today as a very, very important part of our government. We all rely on your leadership in the legal realm, and I would like to turn the floor over to you, sir.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. There's a series of cases pending in the Pawnee Court on attorney fees. I filed an action to assess attorney fees in 3 cases. That motion for attorney fees did not detail the amount of fees. I wanted to give the other side a chance to challenge whether attorney fees are recoverable. There's not been a response in a couple of weeks, so I may be filing a motion for default. The prosecutor for the tribal court resigned, and I picked up that docket There's one child welfare case, a couple of 3 pleas in criminal cases. Those were set in a week or so ago in tribal court. Those were continued till November because combination of things between the ice storms and COVID and such. So I've been in contact with opposing counsel. There's really no great controversies at play. And so you may want to consider, if you want to hire a prosecutor in the future, that's really a question. Right now, I can cover it because there's such a low volume. If that changes, I can tell you dramatically. There's a case on Brawley. It was a dispute as to engineering fees for a road. Was able to confirm that they were served about a year and a half ago. And so I'll be contacting them to see if we can do a negotiation on that. Otherwise, I'll have to move for a default judgment and move forward because they never did respond. We have other legal issues that are not in litigation. The ones that, the one litigation we do have is environmental in nature, and that's the earth justice. And Walter, you're involved with that one on the, and I think you can best describe what's happening there. It's in the Northern District of the Northern District Federal Court. Nothing's moved in that case. The other environmental issues we have is Magellan has a pipeline. The Pawnee Nation, a tribal member, Deborah Llewellyn, wants it taken off of her, out of her allotment. She's heir to the total interest of an allotment of former Chief Roberts in the 1920s. So there's an opportunity for the Pawnees to be involved in that and try to have that abandoned pipeline taken out of its property and other tribal members' property. So that's just on the verge of bubbling up. Steve, see, we have another case on the fracking damage resulting from earthquakes. I have not received a spreadsheet of settlement on that case. I'll probably need to follow up with the attorney of record. He was going to give us a settlement sheet. I haven't seen it, so I'll follow up with that. It's generally the status of the cases. Things have quieted down some. I think, Mr. President, you can advise the council best of where we're at with the EPA Night Rider situation. I anticipate in a couple of weeks a decision is going to have to be made whether to file a lawsuit or a series of lawsuits against the EPA under in-house rider. And it may be prudent proactively to get council approval to file those, even though we may not. So there won't be a lag period or any question about authority for earth justice to follow those actions. That's my brief oral report. I did send to you, Mr. President, somewhat of a written outline of those proceedings a couple of weeks ago. If you'd like, I can send those to the council.
Yes. All right. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea if you could do that, Attorney General, to send that to the council. As Council, is there any questions that anyone has of our Attorney General?
President, Councilman Lone Chief, I don't have any questions, but I would like to commend our Attorney General Smith. Did an excellent job, just magnificent, and I want to thank him. He was so helpful while I was interim president, and I know he's been very valuable to the Pawnee Nation, and I just want to sincerely thank him from the depths of my heart.
Thank you very much. Very kind of you.
Yes, I'd like to join Councilman Lone Chief as well to express my appreciation. We're so fortunate to have Attorney General Smith with us. He's not only an accomplished attorney, but also a tribal leader with a great depth of experience and wisdom that I so much admire and value, and I thank you. I know we're in great hands, with your legal acumen, and I appreciate that. Is there any other comments or questions at this time from our Attorney General?
President Eckhawk, I would just like to make another comment in addition to you and Councilman Lone Chief, that as treasurer, I would also like to say that I feel we have been very fortunate to have Chad as our Attorney General, as you mentioned. He's very highly qualified, and especially during this time with our COVID expenditures and our reporting to the Department of Treasury, which is extremely important. We have been very fortunate to have Chad as our legal counsel to help us, the Finance Committee, the Council, and the Budget Committee review and approve all legal aspects that have been turned into our reporting to the Department of Treasury, ensuring our due diligence. So I want to thank Chad for that help too.
Thank you very much. You've been very kind.
Yes, I really appreciate those remarks, Carol, and also Buddy, because and I know as Attorney General Smith can probably vouchsafe as a tribal attorney, former tribal attorney myself, and longtime attorney representing Native clients. A lot of times you don't ever hardly get any thanks for your recognition for the work that we do. And so it's very gratifying, I know, to be acknowledged, and so I'm glad that our council members have done that, because sometimes it's a thankless task on the legal front, and I know that to be true. So
let me just quickly return the compliment, because I've represented and been in lots of tribal organizations, and I don't think I've ever been part of one that's so collaborative and positive and insightful, and it's really just a pleasure. I mean, everybody can go to work for a paycheck, but if you can go to work, you can see something valuable with a group of people you enjoy being with, it really makes it very pleasant. And I really like the way that you've acknowledged the younger members of the council and how they're asserting leadership. That's really refreshing. It gives you a lot of hope for the future, especially when times are tough. So each of you ought to be commended. It's a rare situation to have a council like yours aligned and pulling in the same direction.
thank you, Attorney General. Yes, okay. Anyone else have any comments of our Attorney General while we have him here?
Thanks again, Chad.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
All right. Well, again, thank you for your presentation, Attorney General, and we'll at this point we'll move forward with the agenda. And by golly, oh, here it is. Let's see what is next, what we got on board here. Next, we are turning to the approval of our quarterly reports. And the first set of quarterly reports that we have to look at here are our Pawnee Nation division reports. This is a 97-page document that we have here that sets out the various reports of the divisions of our government for this reporting period. And so it's in the Teams files. Everyone has had that available. Is there any comment or discussion about the Pawnee Nation division reports? Council. Questions, comments?
This is Cynthia.
Yes, ma'am.
The only question that I had, and I think I sent an email the other day, was the question about the annual report. I did look at the quarterly reports and saw that she did say that she was still working on that, but wondered about the ETA on that being submitted to the people. I know we're getting ready to get started for next year's annual report. Just had that question on when we would get that out.
Thank you for that question, and I know that could, just by way of background, Cynthia, could you, for my edification, I've read some of our past annual reports. They're nice, wonderful, glossy documents, highly produced, wonderful photographs, a wealth of information. And I think those documents will be great fundraising tools. And in fact, on this first bequest that I mentioned, I shared one of our annual reports with this donor. And she was so totally blown away and answered a lot of questions she had about the Pawnee Nation. So, but typically, what is the background of making these wonderful, wonderful documents? And what is that? Can you describe the normal process? Because I know you've been involved on a staff level in the making of these, producing these wonderful documents. What does that all entailed? And then let's see if we can get your question answered.
It started with one of the executive directors, and I can't remember which one. I think it might have been Ms. Gover. But the conversation with council was getting out information to the tribal people on what the programs were doing. You know, we have quarterly meetings, and we get a little bit of synopsis of what they're doing, but a lot of people didn't even know what programs, what they provided. And so I think the first quarterly report was focused just on that. How were they funded? What were they funded by? What funding agencies? And then it kind of evolved from there, because our first one was actually, if you wanted a copy of it, it was just a printed copy and we would mail it to you. And it was just a digital copy online. So that's how we first started. And then after that, like I said, it started progressing and started adding more people to it, started adding our entities, started adding commissions, so that people could see what they were doing as well in one location in one little book. So that was kind of the synopsis. Council started that back then, just getting more information out to the people and reporting. So
when are they normally due, and how long does it take to put these documents together?
Usually they start getting prepared in November, December before the year ends, and communications actually took it over a few years ago. So that's why we got the glossy books and stuff. Like I said, they've evolved from just the paper documents. But you know, now they're sent out to people. They're put up at the front area, but just a way to report to the people on what everybody's doing.
Well, that's so excellent, because you know, in reading some of these glossy reports, they're wonderful documents. They're give all kinds of great information. They rank right up there with the Pawnee veteran homecoming book.
Well,
One of my favorite documents, to see. But so Muriel, what is the game plan for our
Okay.
government documents? And I hope that we've set a very high bar and a high standard for ourselves, and I truly hope we can continue at this high level of very great annual reports.
hmm Basically, the timeline usually, and what it has been in the past, has been at the same time that we're receiving our uh, first quarterly report. Around that same time, the division directors are also asked to submit their annual report for the prior year, because actually, no, it's not after the first quarter. It's during the first quarter. They're submitting their fourth quarterly report for the quarter that just ended on December 31st. And while they're doing that, they're also being asked that a lot of the information that goes into that also goes into the annual report. And so, usually they're asked to do both of those at the same time. And so once those start coming in, then the communications office starts collecting them, and so that she can start preparing the annual report. Now, the unfortunate thing that happened this year was at the time that all of this was being done, and I do know Gina had started on it. I just don't know the status of it, but I do know that she started on it. Was about the same time that the we got hit with the COVID, and although it did throw an extra wrench in there and additional work that needed to be done in other areas and things like that. So typically, you want to try to have them out in May or June. And so what I will be doing is I will be getting with communications again and seeing what the status is, see where the holdup is, and we'll get this out of here, because we're going to have to turn right around and start on the 2020 annual report and really push it to have it available by as early as May, if not sooner. So, and it can be done, and it has been done in the past. It's just there's a lot of information that goes in there, which you have seen, but there's a lot of formatting and everything else that goes together with developing a book like this. So that's what I'll be putting on my calendar here in my office. I'll add it. I no sooner get that listing to where it starts getting short, and then I come back the next day and I find out that Jamie's been in my office adding things. So she sneaks in there when I'm not in there. So I'm going to have to make.
Tooth fairy, huh?
Yes, she's my own personal person there on that, getting that done. So that will be going up there, and I'll be making sure that gets taken care of, and we'll put it to the forefront. And like I said, I'll have to check and see where we're at in regard to that, so that we can get it taken care of and get it printed and get it out.
Great. I think it's. I would say let's spare no expense. Let's do a really good report. This darn the 2020 annual report is going to be an interesting report, because in this year 2020 has been quite a year all the way around. From one standpoint, anything that could go wrong in 2020 has gone wrong, whether it be the weather, whether it be the COVID pandemic, et cetera, on and on. And we've had our share of problems at the first half of 2020. when it seemed like things could get no worse and we'd sunk to the bottom, somehow we found it within our nation to turn that corner and come back, you know. So it's going to be quite a story to tell in 2020 of the Pawnee Nation. And let's tell it well, and let's tell it soon, because I'd like to use it as a fundraising tool and to show the resilience of our Pawnee people and the resilience of our government, Pawnee Nation, to come through this pandemic and end the year on a high note. You know, as we've coming through this national election, hopefully looking towards a better day for our country. And I know sometimes we may be in the darkest hour right now in this pandemic, but we need to just double down on that front, you know. So this is going to be quite a story to tell, and I want to be sure that our council, it's a nice group photograph. We need to all get together, maybe to make a special effort to have a photo session to where I could get all doctored up. Maybe someone, Dr. Knife Chief, I might have to ask your daughter to see if there's anything she can do with my my face or my wrinkles or whatever to lift me up, because I want to have a good photo session for all of us to go into this book. You know, maybe a centerfold or some kind of a centerfold for the council, you know, to go along with this wonderful story that's going to emerge in this book, you know. But so good. That's a good question, Cynthia. Are there any other questions of Muriel while we have her here?
This is Donna. So
Yes.
I just wanted to check on, get an update on our servers. I didn't see it, and I might have just missed it in the IT report. Server updates.
Okay. The servers, the different components for the servers have been arriving now, and they are getting ready to start putting them together. There may be a time when we may have to ask people to leave right at 5 o'clock so that they can go ahead and start transferring data to the newer servers and everything. So they have started coming in now. And so now they can go ahead and get started putting them together, because along with our orders that we had placed with our different vendors for those, everybody else has been upgrading theirs too. So it's been fun trying to get our vendors to get our stuff, push our stuff to the top and get our stuff out to us. But they are starting to come in now. So they're getting their game plan together to start setting up a timeline, and so that we can start knowing when we might, they can go ahead and start transferring data and getting things moved around to the servers that are going to be doing different things, especially to those servers that will be housing the information for all the different programs, so that people can work on them from home if they need to. So we already have some of the offices on those, but not everybody's on there yet. So that's one of the major things that they're going to be working on, is getting that, getting everybody else onto a server so that they can have access to their information, so that, you know, they can, you know, continue with their work if they're, I hate saying it, even if they're in quarantine, they can still get their work done at home. Now, that's assuming that they're not sick in the hospital. So, so that's what we're looking at right now, and that's where we're at on it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the quarterly report for our valiant divisions? All right. Do we need a motion to approve this report, council?
Yes.
May I have a motion then?
Yes, yes, we do.
I'll make a motion to
Go ahead, Cindy.
I'll make the motion to approve the quarterly report for divisions.
I second.
Second.
All
You
right,
beat
we
me.
have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, President Eckhoff, I
Yes.
called you and related to problem I was having. I tried to open up the quarterly reports on Teams. I was able to go to Teams, Trill, and she couldn't understand the problem occurred, but I got a notification, you do not have permission to view this file. And I went through each one and I got the same message on each of those three quarterly items. And I just want you to know ahead of time that in good faith, I'm going to abstain when we get to the point of approving. And I want you to understand that.
Thank you for that explanation, Councilman. And that's well taken. I appreciate that. So.
Only right. And I promise I'll read through those reports. And if I have any questions for anyone, I'll be sure to ask.
Okay. All righty. Okay, well, I regret that technical glitch there. I don't know. We had someone could give us a conspiracy theory why Councilman was excluded from viewing those reports, but I'm sure it's more in the technical vein. So we'll try to get that ironed out. All right. Any other comments?
Told me that since I got into Teams, I should have been able to open up those, but she couldn't understand why.
Yeah.
Where it is. But thank you.
Thank you. Right.
I printed those out, buddy. So if you want, I'll give you copies of them.
Oh, I have hard copies now, Jamie.
Oh, okay.
I had to come over to Pawnee because I didn't trust my smartphone to last the meeting. And I also had to sign a document for Rhonda James. Had to do with the CRD.
All right. Excellent. Any other comments before we call for the vote? Okay, hearing none. Madam Secretary, would you please call for the vote on this, please?
Jordan Canuho.
Yes.
Patricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman.
You're on mute, Carol.
Sorry. Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
Oh, yes.
Charles Lone Chief.
Abstain.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Next item is the approval of the Pawnee Nation quarterly report for our committees, commissions, and boards. And that also was in our team's files for this meeting. Any comment on this report before we call for a motion?
Nope.
Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve, please?
I'll make the motion to approve the quarterly reports of the commissions, committees, and boards.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I'll
this
second.
one, yeah.
Thank you. I believe that was Councilwoman Butler.
Yes, I got her. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on this motion, folks? Hearing none.
I just have a
Madam,
comment.
Oh,
I
yes.
I just have one comment. I'm sorry. I would just like to see more of the commissions submitting quarterly reports in a timely manner. I know that that's always been an issue whenever we're getting things from commissions, but everybody knows when quarterly meetings are. I'd like to see what they're doing. They should be submitting their minutes and their agendas to the executive office as well, and that hasn't been happening. So I just like to encourage us to maybe make that happen. I'd like to see more from the commissions and what they're doing.
Yes, thank you. Good comment. You know, we have a 67-page report here together with, in addition to the attachments that was compiled for our meeting. It's got all kinds of minutes and whatnot, but everyone needs to contribute to this document, you know, so yes, good comment. Any others? Any other comments? All right, hearing none, Madam Secretary, could we call for the vote, please?
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Patricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lone Chief,
Abstain.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. All right, next item is the approval for the Pawnee Nation quarterly reports financial. And we have in our files here, Teams files, a financial report, 102 pages in length, nothing but tables and financial accounting charts and tables and facts and figures. Are there any discussion on this report?
President
Comments or questions?
President Echohawk, I would just like to say, in addition to that, that we Budget Committee is still reviewing some of the tribal budgets. With the ice shutdown and that kind of stuff, we weren't able to finish up the tribal budget, so we are still doing that part in addition to what you have.
Thank you.
I just have a comment.
Yes.
I've reviewed the budgets last night, and there are some, you know, like there's one, and it's the first one actually. It's the executive office, and the executive office this year did not have a tribal budget, but and it shows that they don't have any money appropriated for it. But there's a expenditure of I think it was $130 something. But if that could be corrected, and then there are some line items in some of those budgets that were over budget on the line items. I don't know if you guys are gonna have them bring budget mods to correct those and move their money around or not. But just wanted to make mention that just for that quarter.
Yes, thank you, Cindy. We're still working on them. We'll catch it.
Also, too, Cindy, in regard to your question, I did have a chance to review these budgets before the end of the quarter, and I also had sent out emails to all the different division directors, sending them copies of the budgets that are within their respective divisions that had line items that were overexpanded, and requested that they prepare modifications for them. And several of those are still coming in yet.
Thank you, Muriel.
Thank you. Any other comments on this report? Hearing none. May I ask for a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion, President Echohawk, to approve the quarterly report for financial.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Oh, thank you, Cynthia, for your second. All right. Any, before we vote, any comments, or questions or concerns on the motion? Hearing none. Madam Treasurer or Secretary, please call for the vote.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Patricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lone Chief,
Abstain.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Next item is new business. So let us turn our attention to the new business. We have basically three items here, 4 items, I guess, for new business, and the first of which is approval of the PBC committee appointments. And we have 3 of them to sort of complete the president's nominations to these committees. The first is the Land and Property Management Committee. And what I would like to do is to appoint Paul Echohawk to that committee. He is a practicing attorney and specializes in federal Indian law. He is with the Echohawk Law, a law firm there in the state of Idaho. He is the son of Larry Echohawk, very accomplished lawyer that I think would lend some legal expertise to the Land and Property Committee. We have, leases to talk about. We have land into trust issues. Lord knows we've got property that really needs to have be placed into trust, and I think someone of his caliber can help us get that done. It's long overdue, and I hope to see our fee lands go into trust during my tenure while I'm still here, before I go up to either Poteets or Southern Oaks. I'd like to see some of our acres, please, go into trust. And then secondly, on Government Documents Committee, I want to nominate Attorney Vicki Left Hand, to that committee. She is a law graduate from South Dakota and tribal member. She's a descendant, I guess, Pawnee tribal member, Francis Left Hand's niece. And she has worked on governing documents for the, I believe, the Rosebud, tribe, and did a lot of legal work on their governing documents and publishing those, putting their governing documents into database. She is local here in Pawnee and was very gracious to volunteer to serve in that capacity. I think would give great assistance to the ambitious agenda of that committee under Cynthia's leadership. And I know it would be a great opportunity for her, as a recent law graduate, to work with our Attorney General in that capacity, so that she would have that opportunity to perhaps to get some mentoring from one of our great Indian law attorneys, and Chief Smith. And so, and then the third nomination that I had here was Matt Reed for the Education Committee. It was, I think, by way of oversight on my part. I think we had some miscommunications between I and Carol in coming up with, filling that out, for the Education Committee. And so those are recommendations that I had, and I think that would round out our committees, complete them, in my view. And I ask Business Council approval of these nominations at this time. I don't know if we need a motion to that effect. Do we need a motion, Cynthia?
Yes. I'll make the motion to approve the president's recommendations.
I'll second. Night, Chief.
Thank you. We have a motion and we have a second. Are there any discussion, any questions or comments of the president, please? Hearing none. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Tricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lone Chief,
Yes.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Wonderful, wonderful. The next item are Budget Committee recommendations, and I believe we have two items here. One is a budget mod for the property management, and then the second one is this approval of the Pawnee Seed Preservation Project budget transfer, which I believe we decided we would table for the time being on that one. And if that's correct, then we really only have one item here, and that would be the approval of the budget mod number 5 for the property management budget. And Carol, if you have want to make a presentation on that, please.
Yes. On that property management budget mod 5, it concerned the cost of living increase that was left out, and it made their budget have a shortfall. So the budgets were looked at, and they did have some savings with their indirect cost, which took care of most of it, but they were lacking $2,695 in order to have their full budget. So that is what the 2,695 mod is. So if anyone's got questions on that, it was.
Thank you. Thank you, Treasurer. Folks, any questions on this? Comments? Concerns? Observations? Hearing none, may I ask for a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion, President Eckelhop, for the approval of property management budget mod 5.
Thank you. Do we have a
I'll
second?
second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Secretary McCray, would you call for the vote, please?
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Tricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lone Chief,
Yes.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Next item on new business is approval of Resolution 20-95, and this is the COVID fund allocation.
Excuse me, President Eckelhop, can we
Yes,
go
ma'am.
ahead and get a motion to table approval of the Pawnee Seed Preservation Project?
Yes, by all means. Thank you for that. May I have a motion, please, to approve tabling this approval of the Pawnee Seed Preservation Project budget transfer matter?
I'll go ahead. Okay. Yeah. Who is that?
Carol.
Yes. I'll go
Okay.
ahead
Who's
and make it
second?
for the table.
Okay.
Either one, doesn't matter.
Oh, Buddy. Okay. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Tricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Sloan Chief,
Yes.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
I know why I always mess on your name.
It's knife like a knife and fork and chief like an Indian.
Right. All right, thank you, council. Excellent. So the next item is approval of resolution 20-95 regarding the COVID fund allocation, which I understand is would be an item regarding $71,695. And is that, please correct me, council, where does this BIA restroom resolution 20-99 fit in? Is this a separate item or is this going to be wrapped into this motion?
I believe it's wrapped into the motion.
Oh, okay, so that would include the BIA restroom matter as well. Okay, who wants to present on this motion?
Sorry, this is Cynthia. If
Yes.
it's a separate resolution, then it would be a separate motion
Okay.
because we would be approving the actual resolution number.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Muriel wanted to remove that resolution and add the BIA into this resolution.
Okay, so we're just amending this resolution to add that.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Sounds good.
So do we have a presenter on this motion? I think this is a rather historic COVID motion because I think it pretty much brings to the end, or at least if not the end, near the end of our long string of COVID spending decisions, if I'm not mistaken.
President Echohawk, you're correct. It is getting to the end, and I'll go ahead and explain it. The $42,750 Pawnee Nation hazmat response vehicle was for the hazmat fire truck. It went over $42,750, and that is what that expenditure is, and it does qualify under the guidelines. We check with Lacey and Chad on this. The other are technology, the building one technology network upgrade of $3,216. The fitness center technology network installation cost of $9,419. And then we had the COVID storage and distribution technology network installation. So a lot of this was for the upgrading infrastructure of these, especially the new facility. Well, the two new facilities, and then our project with getting our technology upgraded for COVID. So, and then the last one that was added was $7,000, and this was for the BIA restroom upgrades. They rent from us, and they requested and needed, because of health issues, the bathrooms fixed to where, changed to where there's no hand touching, the bathroom, the toilet stools, and all that kind of thing to prevent COVID. That's what that is right there, the last edition. And the total came to $71,695, getting to the end of the COVID expenditures.
Thank you, Carol. Council, any questions or comments?
Mr. President, this is Chad.
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify. I did look at this hazmat truck. It first came through as a fire engine. It's clarified it was a hazmat. The justification seemed to be that sometimes when they arrived at a car accident or something, they couldn't determine who was COVID positive and such. I generally did not think it was an allowable expense. I didn't see the connection. And so I think Lacey did some more work on it. So what I would do is I would yield to her recommendation. She asked for some more information, so I would yield to her determination.
Chad, on that one, President, on this right here, that is a good point there. Is there any way, how would we do this on this one then, just to double and recheck that they are both in, or that both of our consultants, make sure that one is correct?
I just remembered Lacey asking for some additional information and such.
Yes.
And I don't recall what her final conclusion was. And so
yes,
since she built in it a little bit more, I would yield to her.
Okay. Well, based on that, Harrison is not with us today, and I had not heard back on that one yet. But,
which part of that was the question on? Was it just on the response vehicle, or was it on the communications issue?
It was the response vehicle, Muriel.
Okay, the response vehicle. Okay. I don't recall seeing anything come back through in regard to the response vehicle. I do know that Lacey did contact us about the communications one, and I did respond back to her in regard to that, and with the response that we gave to her, she seemed pretty happy with that one, but I don't recall seeing a response in regard to the response vehicle. I don't have anything in my emails about it. I thought it had been responded to, but I don't know.
I did. Well, so Harrison's absence, he could have pulled it up for us. What should we do on that one? Table that one, specific one? Waiting on that?
I'd make a recommendation to table it, yes.
Well,
okay.
If I could make a recommendation, can we just take that $42,750 out of that and leave the other the other 4 items in there? Because the issues with the communications is that they need this resolution and a subsequent PO in order for the vendor to be able to make those purchases, in order to get this work started and completed and have it completed by the end of December.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd be all right with that.
That sounds good to me too. I feel like
yes,
we want to be on solid legal ground on all of our spending decisions, and so maybe we could refer the vehicle issue back to the budget committee to look at it, take a look at the legal basis for that decision.
I agree. That's the best thing to do.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2095 with the amendments.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, folks? Hearing none. Secretary, could you call for the vote, please?
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Tricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lone Chief,
Yes.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Next item is approval of Resolution 20-98, emergency declaration regarding the ice storm. It's in our files. Muriel, did you want to present on that, please?
Yes, sir. This resolution is so that I have not heard whether there's been a presidential declaration yet in regard to the ice storm. I do know that the governor of the state of Oklahoma has made that request, and I have not seen any documentation yet come back in regard to it. But in order for us to receive reimbursement for some of our costs that have been associated with this emergency, we need to have this on file, and that was the reason for this. And so I have the resolution on top, and just as a matter of an FYI is I added a copy of the executive order that was approved by the governor of the state of Oklahoma, just as a reference. Are there any questions?
Muriel, I had a question. Thank you for that. Are you saying that you need a declaration from me?
From the Pawnee Nation.
Oh, from the Pawnee Nation.
Yeah.
Apart from this particular resolution, or in addition to?
This resolution will work for that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Council, is there any questions? We certainly had an emergency, and it required all hands on deck and the Red Cross. So there's no doubt that our members needed and certainly benefited from the actions that we did take. And now we need to get this in place in order to get our costs reimbursed.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2098 for the emergency declaration for the ice storm.
Thank you. Second, is there a second?
I second. This is Donna.
Thank you, Donna. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Secretary McCray, could you call for the vote?
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Patricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lone Chief,
Yes.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. That concludes our new business, and now we are ready to go into executive session. Do we need a motion to do that? To go into executive session?
Yes, we
I'll
do.
make the motion.
Yes.
Go into executive session.
Thank you. May I have a motion then to go into executive session?
Yes, I make the motion. This is Donna to go into executive session.
I'll second. This is Cynthia.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Patricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lone Chief,
Yes.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Jamie, if you could stop the recording and we will proceed to go into executive session. Thank you, Council. We're exiting from our executive session. Do we need a motion to go back into open session?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have a motion to go back into our open session of our quarterly meeting, please?
I so move.
I'll
Thank you.
second.
Thank you. We have a motion and we have a second. Call for the vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Patricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes, sorry, my
Duh.
mic kept going off and on.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lone Chief,
Yes.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. We're back in session. During our executive session, Council had a discussion with our attorney, our Attorney General Smith, regarding a retainer agreement that would authorize the Earth Justice Legal Organization to represent the Pawnee Nation in a potential legal challenge to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency approval of the state of Oklahoma request to administer environmental programs in Indian country. And following, we had a good discussion there. And at this time, I'm requesting a motion to approve this retainer that is proposed and to authorize me as the president of the Pawnee Nation Business Council to sign this retainer agreement on behalf of the Pawnee Nation. So may I have a motion to that effect, please?
I so move.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Questions, comments, concerns, observations? Hearing none. Madam Secretary, could you call for the vote?
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Patricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lone Chief,
Yes.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. I'm very proud of you for approving this. I will sign it and get it out the door here. And from where the sun now stands, let us all stand firm in protecting our homeland and the environmental integrity of our homeland. All right. We're coming down to the close of our day here. We need to set the next meeting date for our council. What are your wishes, council, in terms of our next meeting? Do we have any needs to meet soon, or is there any time-sensitive things that we have on our plate that requires an early meeting?
Just the budget.
Yeah, yes, we do.
Just the comprehensive budget.
Yes.
I think we passed that
Yes.
resolution for the 16th deadline.
Okay. Okay, then. Well, so you say that's the 16th of November. Do we need to meet before then or on the 16th? What is your
Either-
pleasure?
I know just the budget committee is going to meet on the 12th, so either the 13th or the 16th. The 16th will take care of their deadline date.
Well, if it's Monday the 16th, it'd have to be like, I don't know, 5:30 or 6 for me.
And I have a governing docs meeting that evening at 5:30, so I can try and move it to later on that week, but we're going to be meeting every Monday at 5:30.
What does the 13th look like? I have a 10:30 doctor appointment in Stillwater, but my day is free on that Friday the 13th if that happens to work.
Well, we always get into this. It should be a short meeting, only one thing to discuss, and things get added on to that. But if it is strictly just the budget, I could probably do a 12 to 1 on any of those days.
Good to know. Anyone else? You want to shoot for a 12 to 1, and if it runs over a little bit, we could excuse the good doctor if need be. I hate to see you leaving a patient there on the surgery table while we're deliberating here.
Well, this month Tuesdays are my surgery day, so any days but Tuesday would be okay.
Yeah, that works for me.
May I suggest the 13th then during the noon hour, and we'll do our best to get our business taken care of within the hour. I promise not to be so much of a gas bag here.
I'm good with that.
I'm good. That's good.
It's okay for me. It's good for me too.
Okay. I'll change my lunch for that. That'll work.
Thank you. All right. Does this time not work for anyone?
Repeat it one more time, the day and the time.
It would be November 13th at 12 to 1.
Okay, that works.
President Echohawk,
Yes, ma'am.
can we go ahead and schedule the next meeting after that for the end of the month so I can kind of schedule around it? I know governing documents is going to have an item to bring for the resolution to the council and just want to be able to project when we can do that.
Okay, do you have a recommendation?
Well, Thanksgiving's that last week, so it'd have to be pretty soon after the 13th.
The 23rd, 24th, even the day before, the 25th, before the tribe closes.
When does the tribe close on Thanksgiving? On the 20? Do we give ourselves a day or what? Is it
2 days.
We're closed on the 26th and 27th.
Okay.
But everybody starts looking for administrative leave on the 25th.
I suggest the 23rd. The earlier the better. If a lot of people do want to take off, so.
Are you talking about the meeting or?
The date you're just, yes.
Okay, the meeting. Okay, yeah, that works. The 23rd. How about everybody else?
I'm good with that.
It'd have to be a late afternoon for me. Like 3, maybe at the earliest. 3.
I would need it to be either 3:30 or 4.
How about 4 o'clock?
4
That
o'clock.
could be cool.
That works for me. Thank you.
Works for me.
It's okay with me too.
4 o'clock it is, unless that does not work for anyone.
Is that on the 23rd?
Yeah, Monday
Yes.
the 23rd.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we've got 2 meetings then that we have set here, and with that, unless there's any other thoughts on meeting dates, we're ready to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
We have a motion to adjourn. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none. Madam Secretary, could you please call for the vote?
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
Tricia McCray, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Charles Lone Chief,
Yes.
Charles Knife Chief.
Yes.
And I have 138.
All right.
Thank you. Well,
See you all later.
I want to thank everyone, and we've had a good meeting. Thank you so much.
Yes. Good meeting. Thank you. Bye.
Miss
Also
Carol.
watch.
Bye.
Miss Carol.
Yes.